hour or so with you guys before the sun goes down completely. So beautiful. Shout out to brother Elijah, man. It's that mountain and that palm trees for me though. Be fucking me up. I be waking up sometimes thinking I'm at the beach for real. Like, hey, I can't wait to touch the water. What water? Shit, for 4 of these months I was complaining about how damn hot it is. But I'll be honest with you, this shit get cold. Not even cold. It's weird. I can't even explain it. It's a different type of chill. It's like when someone tell you it's chilly outside, they mean this. It's not like cold, like shivering, but it's like, nah, you gonna need a jacket when you go outside. That's beautiful though. I hope the West Coast don't get no damn colder than the East Coast do. Shit, we be getting freezing rain and mildew and dark, long, dark days, and it looks like it's about to rain or snow, and it never does. We got the Simpson clouds back today. I guess they're doing the trail program. I guess they're only operating at 40 to 60% because they don't do it every day. They tore these skies up a few days ago. Though. It looked like damn tic tac toe. I was like, king me. I don't know what's going on. Today's a cool day, energy wise, though. A lot of motion and activity in the. I kind of live my life based on the checkpoints of energy, like how many people show up, conversations, who hit you up, things like that. I guess you can call them temporal markers. So today there's a few temporal markers, which is good. It didn't move yet, though. It didn't go one click to the direction that I hoped it would have, but it's moving. The words, the narrative, the people. Even met a new person, so it's like things are stacking up. And of course, I've been tuned into the what the hell is going on in everyone else's world. And I'm getting kind of, what is that called? It's not even bitterness or jaded or anything like that. Well, maybe it is jaded, but not jaded in a negative way. I kind of feel like, meh, I've had enough. You know what I'm saying? You know how it is when you're playing video games? It's like you're not jaded with playing fucking Super Mario Brothers. You're just like, yeah, got plenty of hours in. I understand. I get it. I would love to come back to it one day. It's kind of like how it is to be in this society today. Because, like I tried to explain in my last video, there's going to be a lot of different people chiming in on topics and things because now they can be seen and the algorithm is rewarding, you know, novelty, new narratives and stuff. But they're not at the top of the barrel no more. So it's kind of like, how do I say it? I kind of feel like, what else can anyone say about the same things? Nothing. Nothing that we haven't discussed or talked about amongst each other, or nothing that I think about when I reference these things, whether it's relationship issues, the food stamp thing. I mean, they've been talking about that forever. Um, Trump, budgets, money, jobs, bills, women, men, loneliness, kids, disease. It's like the if you're doing a crossword puzzle or a word search, like the bank of topics is what I'm tired of. I guess it's like there's so many humans here, millions of us at least, and then you go, ain't nothing else going on in no one's mind. I think the craziest things that I see is when people talk about not having people in their life to talk to, or friends or family and things, and how especially millennial posters. And I found that to be interesting, sad, eye opening, temporary as fuck, obviously. Because that's one thing about life. Nothing is permanent, for this too shall pass. Um, but maybe these moments is what's needed. I guess you can say it's a come to Jesus moment slash wake up call. Repeat everyone seems to be looking at their standard or status or awareness of their life and going, everything up until this point led to this point. Was it worth it? The answer in the moment is no. But I think we kind of forget in the moment that the future looks so much different from even now. So, like, imagine how today looks so much different from 10 or 20 years ago. Today is going to look that much different, hopefully for the better, 5 to 10 years from now as well. So, like, the trick is, I guess what the kids say, lock in, just chill. That's one thing I can tell you professionally. Things have never always went my way. Um, I haven't life maxed yet, but I find it wise to just keep going with the flow. That's one thing I think, I didn't have a chance for real, but when I hear people talk about their dreams and not getting to certain levels about things, I'm like, you gotta be kinder to yourself. Because signing up for life when two other people decide to bump uglies and a whole bunch of other people decide to run things the way they do, that's not a reflection of you. What the hell did I inhale from outside? Shit ain't on you. You're not supposed to get in here and just fit into place and all of a sudden shit just click, all cylinders are clicking in. You got nitrous oxide and everything's bumping. That shit don't even happen in Need for Speed for real. You lose a fly ass car in the beginning of the game every fucking time. And truth be told, a lot of those games like that, against some of the flyest popular cars, ain't even really the jug for real. You want to make your own. And then because the game rewards you for repetitive tasks, you spend more time thinking like, well, I'm doing this repetitive task because eventually I want to finish this build. People be forgetting we're builders. I think that's what our generation has forgotten. Because everyone leaves with, well, I did everything they told me to do, and then boom, no prize. Who told you to do that? The kids in your classroom? Some teacher? A good idea that your parent heard at her coworkers or TV? No one told you anything, actually. No one lied to you. I mean, we were in school as millennials learning about history, right? How long ago y'all think, from us being in school to the civil rights movement, how many years was that? 30, right? How many years between now and school? 30, right? Mm-hmm. You didn't have a chance in the 80s. This country was advertising. You know what it is? I'll help out a lot of people if you're dealing with like looking at things like you're behind or you didn't do something at some level. You gotta remember a lot of people who have won traditionally in this system have inherited that. And that's not an attack on their character, meaning they're the right people connected to the same people at the right place at the right time. Whether it's nepotism, favor, social, political, or financial advantages that lends to that. And all of those things are part of that system. So people closer to the system, since they can't process their life any other way, they say these cool little beautiful things, like some millionaire, some Shark Tank investor, someone who's been lit since they're like 23 years old. And they're like, all you got to do is like work hard. They don't know what that means. Impossible. Not in the way that you would. Someone who hasn't obtained what they obtained and you're still working. Nah, it's not worked hard. It's favor, it's luck, it's position. And then even in those stories we've heard over the years, especially me, last 20 to 30, a lot of those people are not in that position no more either way. So they didn't even have like an exit strategy or a landing strategy. They thought it was up forever. So when you're high off of that, when you have the money in your bank account and everything's going your way, you'll say things, I think, to type of encourage or guide or mentor other people, but it's not based on what they did ever. Almost never. That's what they think it took. That's not what happened though, right? And it's in your own life. We do it to ourselves in just general conversations. You hype yourself up or you string together a narrative to justify up or down. We're more used to it on the way down. Like, man, if I were just and this and that, man, if I can go back then, like, nah, you can't go back. So that information is invalid. You can't go back. You can't go back and do it again. Because you wouldn't be in the position you are now if you did. And I'm not talking about judgment of your position, I'm talking about the awareness. Like sometimes things don't go that way so you can expand your awareness of other things. I don't know why everyone feels like this is Mario Brothers. Like, you gotta get to the end of a grueling stage, hit the flag, you're in the castle, game over. Mm-mm. You can win everything you ever wanted to win tomorrow, and you'll be sitting there looking goofy 3 years from now. I just seen a brother doing it now. That shit almost kind of irritated me. I was like, what flavor of narcissism? Let me give this brother a listen. He was sitting in his car, decent car. I think the brother said he was 23 to 26. He was young. And any other day, I'd be proud of him. But he was in a car lamenting, saying, "Man, I'm getting $300,000 to $700,000 a month. I got X amount of investments. I travel to more places than most people will go. I'm married, and I'm just feeling like, what else is there to do?" At a time like this, that's his voicing. But again, I had to recorrect myself. I'm like, he's not even my generation. He's 23 years old. Like, between high school and now, someone did a great job to put him in position and lead him to those opportunities, whatever his location was, and it worked for him a great deal. But at 23 years old, he feels like he beat the main game already, and he hasn't thought about, or he doesn't know how to think about, hasn't lived long enough to think about, haven't been around the rest of the people long enough to talk about in-game, in-game strategy. Especially when the economy is volatile like this and stuff, just that same old talk. Well, just invest your money and live off the interest. Y'all in a different reality, boy. That was so 1999 movies. Nah, in real life though, he's making money currently, allegedly. Mind you, a lot of these people, it's alleged. But look, I'm gonna take him at face value at 23 years old, and he's already bored. Hmm. I think that's why he made the video, because I think he felt like he needed that interaction or that pat on the back or that validation or genuinely like, what the fuck. I don't think he'll find that in his audience from that level at 23. But it kind of like made me think about things like, damn, if all that shit panned out to that level, I would still be faced with the same moment I'm in now. What else? I feel like that without all the extra money. All the extra money to do what right now? Like that underscore, that underline, we gotta fill in the blank. I don't know either. Because I'm pretty sure when he decided to do this 5 years ago during the pandemic, like he got rich through the pandemic, bro. 2019 was 6 years ago. What was he, 17? Imagine. He didn't, nah, he didn't, he didn't see life for real yet. And he can't figure it out. So he's gonna have to maintain, repeat, rinse and repeat as long as possible until he finds his purpose. But then he said he had a wife or something like that. I don't think he had kids yet, but then it's kind of like most people miss that. I think a lot of women I'm watching miss this too. The ones who are my age and single without kids, trying to figure out what the next heist is. Yeah, it was that husband you met 10 years ago. We're the first generation where you're not mothers by now. Y'all ain't got no Vogue magazine or no content, no DVDs, no books written about this. Y'all the first generation in modern English history to have went 30 plus years in a row independent, even without men per se, like a main man helping them. That's brand new. That's a whole new story. But they're like, well, what's my purpose? What am I supposed to do next? Be a mother. It's built into your gender. Your purpose is built into your biology. Like, now, if you don't do that, and most can't or don't or won't, most humans don't. A lot do though. It's just our generation is way more of us haven't. So you're outside and you're looking at people your age, you're swiping on Tinder, you're dating, whatever it is, whatever you're trying to do. Hold on. I'm sorry about that. So the motion. I mean, so the motion. So we're I don't know. Our generation is primed for a reality that didn't fully manifest for the general consensus. I'm talking about not even 51%. I'm noticing, and that is okay. That happens a lot in world history. But if you're still alive and you're still persisting, then all we have to do is figure out the new thing or the adjustment or the whatever it is else. Missed windows of opportunity for that, missed the ideal times for that, but instead we've gotten other things too, which makes us very unique as well. We have a new, unique, novel experience by not doing those traditional things as well. Right now, everyone's measuring off the trade off, but the game ain't over yet. So you can't even honestly say, well, I regret that I didn't do this and I didn't do that. No, the game ain't over yet. Technology ain't over yet. Medical health, the real kind, research ain't over yet. Once you get these Nazis out the way, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of things can turn around into such a crazy way that we can't fathom. No more than the people on rickety dink boats shooting cannons at people could fathom railroads and fucking Tesla cars, right? The real ones. I'm talking about 100 years ago. So, nah, we're all hanging on to a turnaround moment. And it will not reflect the past because it never does. And it definitely ain't reflecting the narrative that we all gained agreement on through media and consensus. It's going to be something totally different. And I hope these people realize, like, they feel the same way that almost every other person, color, and gender feels right now in almost every other language as well. And I feel like that part right there is always being missed, especially amongst us millennials and Americans. Guys, how many fucking countries overthrew their government this year? Everyone talking about a planned government shutdown and the fear and ramifications of certain budgets and things being cut, right? Think about the countries that overthrew their government. Not shut down. Goodbye. Where's that budget and funding gonna come from for them? And how bad was it that they decided to take to the streets and burn things and people? We haven't even hit the brunt of despair compared to a lot of other smaller nations and less developed socially people amongst. I mean, even right now in Nigeria, right? They have a big fucking problem. It's like a media blackout, kind of. It's just like Gaza, where they're going out killing Christians. Mind you, all of us who believe in God and stuff. I'm not a Christian. That's a, you know, don't have to get hyperbolic about it, but I'm not a Christian, but I do believe in God and my ancestors in that book. But imagine I'm just chilling out in fucking Lagos or something, and someone, sees me with a Bible or Septuagint, and then boom, I gotta die because they're being invested in by some Israeli group or person or whatever fuck the damn reason for politics is these days. Don't even fucking matter what the group's called. It's stupid either way we do it. It could be any other fucking group doing this stupid shit and it'll still be the same. Like, it's trifling. But it's happening right now, right? So at the same time, people were like, oh man, I may not have enough for this, that, or third, and all these leisurely things. There's other people just saying, shit, if I just dress or go to the wrong church or I say the wrong thing, they're killing them. No waiting for your government's super Illuminati plan to unfold for all 40 years of my life. No, like killing them today. Not about to, not could, not if they make a change. No, 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 it's happening now. And that energy and that fear and those prayers and those vibrations are felt all across the world because energy is not created or destroyed. It will persist and hit people. Nepal, even in Italy right now. I don't know. Shout out to Mr. Now. I don't know if he hasn't talked about it, but my algorithm is acting like Italy is going through something. Paris, of course. All the states have a different tolerance for the fuckery that they're experiencing right now, and the hood over here ain't the hood in New York, and the hood in New York ain't the hood in North Carolina, but it's going to feel different. It's going to weigh different. Matter of fact, the state fair just hit, man. I didn't get a chance to go to the state fair this year out there, but I didn't see too much content about it either. So this ain't that year for everybody. Whether they got money and don't know what to do with it, whether they got honey but they ain't got no Pooh Bear, whatever the case may be, it's just it's a time to adjust and adapt. Dare I say, across humanity. And it seems weird because it doesn't seem like this shit go nowhere with it, do it? It just seems like the same Earth allegedly spinning, the same sun, the same moon, the same stars, same people, same environment, same general things, art, culture, traditions, jobs, wars, conflicts, social issues, you know, as far as we know for the past 400, 500 years. But we're at a breaking point. Now, this so-called black people or white people or American people, no, the whole world, Craig. That system don't work for nobody. It's ancient. According to them, humans gonna keep doing the same shit over and over and over and over and over again for 400 plus years. AI ain't gonna make it better. No one wanna do none of it, actually. I think, just with my limited viewpoint, it's because the meta is broken. For instance, chasing the carrot. Like if you chase the carrot in general, working towards a goal financially, unfortunately, that's usually the main one everyone relates to. You change the financial goal. Like, yeah, absolutely. If you work really hard this summer or for 6 months of the year and you're able to put aside $10,000, do the hard work, sacrifice, eat rice, drink water instead of soda, all these stupid ass things, and you get to $10,000 up, and then you go get the thing for $10,000 and you show up. They're like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, it's 20,000. What? Do the thing, say the thing, do the thing, get the person high value earning provider leader, and the other ones stay at home, soft, feminine, and then y'all talking about a divorce. Or this other one, they finally get to do their dream business, and it's, let's say it's in music, and it's like AI is doing all your music. Or you go through, it's like, let's buy the house, but it's like, damn, this house costs 3 times the amount my dad and my granddad was talking about. Like, what I'm saying is, you can't keep stringing the carrot to a higher level. Like, oh, you made it here, now go here. Oh, you made it here, now go here. Oh, all right, well, something else and someone else has nothing to do with your life or your fucking regimen moved it here. Like, you feel me? I think it's more of that. The goalpost is what they call it. The goalpost kept moving, and it's moved drastically. I firmly believe the pandemic shutdown was the stupidest thing that the collective of so-called rulers of our democracies have done. They thought it was going to keep on going. Like, oh, you just do this, and we'll move some money over here to our things, and it'll pick back up, and they'll have to go to us to do these things. They didn't count on the fact that when you're looking at numbers and charts and computers, that you're not, it in itself doesn't have the y variable or the z variable for who gives a fuck. You know what I'm saying? You see the opportunity to take advantage of it, you take advantage of it, but it assumes that everything else stays the same while you're the only one manipulating it. No, you manipulating it means other people are going to be fucking manipulated, and you did not calculate their adjustments to further manipulation. And that's where they gravely made this mistake at. They forgot that this was already the zeitgeist of a slave based, wage based system. They already forgot that everything was already too fucking expensive. Even when I was a kid, the $80 Sega Genesis cartridge for 8 bits of data, do the science. All right, it was already too expensive. Even food itself. Remember, our parents, my family, my dynamics, they always reminded us like, when I was a kid, we could get all that candy for 5 cents, 10 cents. This shit been inflated since we got here, like before we got here. So then it does it again. And then they fuck up and they do it again. Then the GameStop thing happens, they do it again. Then crypto comes. Oh my God. That everyone acting like that was gonna save everybody. Like most people don't give a fuck about that. They're already on the treadmill. Now you want me to put a smaller treadmill in my treadmill and chase two different carrots? What in the pimp my ride is going on, bitch? Where's Exhibit at? Speaking of, like, what the fuck? Where you at? Like, I don't know. And then you have to look at the rest of your society, where when you're chasing the same dream that you haven't caught it yet, you're like, damn, where are my famous rappers at? Producers? Actors? You watching them on goddamn podcasts lamenting about 20 and 30 years ago. It's almost like everyone's stuck in millennial era nostalgia, in fact. And I'm talking about across the board. People who won recently, people who won 20 years ago, people who are going to win tomorrow. Like, the whole so that civilization wide, that ain't that's not you. That's not you running out of time. That ain't that. It just so happens that a lot of us miss certain windows of time because we thought if we stayed on this treadmill, we getting close. And by the time we get close, everything else stays the same, and then boom, we can catch up and bring all everything up to speed with us. The water raises. No, no. Mm. That's why democracy is stupid. Fundamentally, it's stupid because it's a lie that the majority of the people are going to participate, and then the majority of those people pick one way or the other. And if they don't pick it towards the way that you are suited, you have to live with that. 2 years at a time, 4 years at a time, and those 2 and 4 years of changes your whole fucking life. By the way, them controlling the policies in real time for 2 to 4 years at a time, but their changes affects you for the rest of your life. Everyone's not informed. Everyone's not in the same social economic thing. Everyone's not from the same faith or dogma. Everyone doesn't have the same end game or carrot usually. So you can't really. What people are loathing for is sovereignty. Anytime someone mentions living off the grid, going into the wild, having a farm, not dealing with this shit, they keep they keep echoing back sovereign. I wish this was the sovereign days, but they want to be sovereign with Wi-Fi, cable, electricians, and people in their society to fix and build everything for them too at the same time. They want like a hybrid. They want a hybrid farm, socialism, cyberpunk, crypto credit. Let's just get paid to exist type of lifestyle. But even if you could, what would you do? There were the same people, the same attitudes, the same setbacks, same shortcomings, same personalities, same diseases, same mental health things, all of that. Money's not doing that by itself. It's the chase. It's context. It's your frame of reference. It's causing, comparison is the thief of joy. Like, I should have had that by now. Well, how come them? Envy, greed, jealousy, all that shit. You see how much narcissism is out here? Now imagine them in that system. You don't fix that shit. That's just who they are. That's their operating system, by the way. So, what's the real problem besides other people, right? Mm-hmm. And some people are like, well, if I move away, or if we go to war, if we lock them up, or if we hurt them, nah. You're just going to spend the energy even worse. Like, we haven't sat down and really think about it. But everyone's starting to sit down. Everyone's talking about things, but they're not talking about the real issues yet. They're just noticing things. And that's beautiful. That means, just the law itself, that means something's about to change yet again. So don't get too comfortable with the narrative right now. Like food stamps, government shutdown, whatever it is, war, whatever, AI, blah, blah, blah. Same old, we need another $400 billion for some reason. And the last billions ain't do the shit. So can you imagine? So a lot of people are finding out that the shit that they thought just don't work because the money comes from people, and that is from energy, attention, and concern and care. They rendered so many people, not everybody, but so many people to IDGAF land that those ideas will lose their steam. That's their potential demographic. That's their potential service people. That's their potential workers or champions or each street team. Like, nah, people got other shit to worry about. And truth be told, it's always been that way. It's just that it was just the threshold was, I think, a little bit smoother for the oppression of certain people back then versus now. Now everyone getting hit, so it's uncomfortable finally for more people. Not everybody's hit, but every type of person can be affected in a greater populace. And now, for the first time in human history, you can hear about it. Remember back in the day, you had to wait for a news story that's curated by someone else from somewhere else. You had to wait for the newspaper to come out on Sunday before you realize Trump sent money to Argentina yesterday. You we used to get these updates about how people were thinking, feeling, and doing so much slower. So you had so much time in between time to think, read, do everything else. And life was more that. Now everything's up to the minute, man. I barely want to open my phone in the morning because I just know, like, whatever mood I establish for myself or my dream is going to eventually shift gears. And I'll be like, oh, we still here. I'm still out here in the goddamn desert. next to mountains and palm trees, and motherfuckers are still talking about Trump. Got 3 more years of that. Well, or just that dynamic, the potential. So eventually, I think that'll get played out. Just like any of these new artist albums. Like when you think about it like that, remember every weekend, well, back when I did Spicy Sundays a couple years ago, it was like every Thursday or Friday they released 3 projects, 5 projects. One time it was like 15, 20 of them bitches. Chris Brown had an album with 40 damn tracks or some shit like that during that time and a few years after it. Like, I cannot keep up with this shit. Now you got rid of all of those other things, and now it's just these same topics. They're gonna fall off eventually, y'all. We're gonna topic max the dumb shit eventually. I swear. There is no new angle. There is no new gasp. There is no new way to say the same thing and get 100,000 likes. You got to realize a lot of the incentive of these people keeping this narrative up is because it's hot topic. They want the likes. They want the money. Don't ever lose track of that with some of these personalities. Oh, I can't believe. Da, da, da. All right, you try and get your 10,000 likes. Cut it out, boy. Sit down somewhere. But eventually, that's what I'm saying. Energy goes where energy flows where attention goes. So people are checking out, not on the things as much, not contributing to certain things so much. And now people have to figure out food. Not everyone, but a lot of people have to figure out food and living adjustments. It's getting played out already to me. So, the consensus ain't too far behind, guys. They don't have that much depth to extend it like I can for an 8 hour video anyway. So imagine my 8 hour video is like what people are trying to catch up. One of my videos is what they're trying to catch up for the past 6 months of time. And from my worldview, it's like, oh, they didn't get to that part of the video yet. They ain't finished watching. I know. But now I know how much of the video is left in their narrative. They just got up to Israel a month ago, 2 months ago. They're up to trying to figure out where the money is coming from for SNAP benefits. They're starting to understand that there's different programs. People are understanding what the word furlough means now. I'm proud of us. People are starting to understand, like, yeah, they don't have to back pay you if technically you didn't work. You know what I'm saying? Like, people start to say, oh, those benefits and privileges that was afforded in that other timeline no longer exist here. And then we are all waiting on, so what is taking it personally going to do? It never did. It's not an attack. It's a consequence, but it's not an attack. It's definitely a consequence. There's definitely some incompetence and greed and some bullshit and behind the scenes that caused it. But even if that has always been the case, but even if that perfect threshold that got us all suckered into it, it was going to change regardless. I saw what the internet did to our society before there was no internet. It was going to change regardless. AI and its bubble or whatever survives the bubble of it is going to change certain things regardless. The psychosis, if you will, of gender and relationships at this moment is probably doing more of the change than anything. You understand? So what I'm saying is no matter how lush and how much you did and how many carrots you had at the bottom of your little screen right there, you're going to lose them eventually. That's just the nature of time. We be talking about certain things and people are not fair. Time itself is not fair. Time is responsible for all this. Stay woke. Shout out to the chat real quick. Hold up. Running it back. 21 and 25. I like that. Elijah 3. Composer Slim. Whoa. Oh shit. 2 a.m. in the boot. Mr. Now. JPX. Peace. Shogun. Peace. Peace, everyone. TBFP. Salute to you, DeyZan, and the whole entire tribe. I appreciate you, brother. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for tuning in. King Will. There's always a constant change. That's right, brother. Shout out to Most Music. Peace, MG. Show them likes, fam. Thank you, brother. King Will. I'm living my dream thanks to you guys. Like you cool. Come on now. Pure truth. They didn't have a hard work mindset plan for their geriatric 50s. Work hard, never worked at a warehouse. Come on now. Are you happy in a life? Do you look at it positively, and how would you self-reflect? Johannes Petrus Hansen. Am I happy with life? In life? With life? My life? Happy with myself? Like, what dimension you want me to answer that? I To give a DeyZan answer, I'm not looking to be my objective or my my that little thing in Inception. My totem isn't happiness per se. I enjoy being happy now. By the way, I'm more happy than I'm not at any given day. I'm rarely not happy. I'm usually like, damn it, I need some more money. I need shit to work out. Why are these fucking people being weird? And why is this going on in my life? But that ain't me. That's just what I'm reacting to. So generally, am I happy in life? Always have been since I was a baby. It's my default polarity to be a happy, good, goofy guy. It's time, life, and people that make any adjustments to those based on how I respond to them. If I'm not responding to that stuff and I'm just in my own energy and I can do exactly or go exactly where I want to go, I'm fine. But I don't spend too much time in that energy because I know how to be happy. You don't have a choice. Like how to make yourself happy even when all the other list isn't checked off. That's why that doesn't make sense to me. You shouldn't be waiting for happiness on the other side of something. In that sense, life will park you a long time in certain positions. That's why I find journaling to be powerful because you can dig yourself out of different depressions and setbacks and find your inspiration first. Then once you're inspired and your imagination kicks back in, then once you start to get to the other side of different feelings of grief or just reorienting yourself in this world, then happiness comes back. Right. So what this is my pattern. I notice that when I'm not at my happiest, it's because I'm not inspired. Unfortunately for me, energy wise, inspiring myself requires me to sort through all the other things I accumulated and all the clutter of thoughts and emotions and reactions that I participated in. I'm getting to a point in my age in my life where I'm no longer uh, giving that credit to other people. So when you think about unhappy, it's usually because someone did something or the girl left or whatever. It's based on what someone or something else did, and then they live in that energy. Thus, it doesn't change until something else like that law of gender happens again. So, for instance, relationships. I hate breaking up. I hate starting over. I hate I hate trying to get to know a new person. I'm not that type of guy. I'm not running from bedroom to bedroom, girl to girl. That's never hot in these streets. I just like bad bitches. Not all of them. I just need one of them. So when I talk like that, I'm just talking about one girl. I'm not talking about every girl I see is like, ooh, the eyes popping out the head. No, I'm reasonable given the nature of my reality. But some people, we go through weird relationship dynamics where we felt like we were at our happiest because we felt more complete. We felt more whole, or we felt like there's a calming response. And it's quite literal, right? It's oxytocin, it's dopamine, it's all these other things you really can't get by yourself to that degree. And then you lose it, and then you dwell in it, and then it depletes more. And then your normal happy chemicals are on standby. And then as soon as someone else shows up and sparks your interest, it's like, oh, the feeling is back, the inspiration is back. And then they disappoint you. It's like high and low, high and low, high and low. And the only error in all that is that you're relying on anyone else to regulate your default state of so called happiness. I would upgrade that word happy to something more simpler: contentment, relief, stress free, cool, calm, collected, normal, chilling. I ain't gotta be happy. It's gotta be chilling. Not worried about any other thing, this, that, and the third. There's always gonna be something else, right? Like, there's always another threat. We have an adrenaline system for a reason. There's always going to be more bills. There's always going to be new sneakers to buy. Yeah, but that none of all of that is like after you're born, right? Like you create the skill tree in which that matters to you anyway. So it's really just adjustment of what matters. All those things are still there. Nothing says you can't do none of those things either. But if you're relying on something outside of you to bring you back up, that's just bad math, I think. I learned it quickest through relationships. That's the only reason why I can give that reference point. Chasing ideas and dreams and music and money and stuff, that never did for me anyway. Because of how serious I am about music. But it wasn't like, oh, if I build this thing and I sell it. No, no. It's like, I gotta do this shit until I die. So that's gonna stay around. The success that comes from it, opportunities, memories more than anything. Just the music tells us memories. It's one thing when you got the first one. It's another thing when you got 10. I'm up to thousands. So it shifts, it evolves. What you get out of it and why you're doing it for. It evolves. When you get to thousands of songs or thousands of beats or thousands of transactions, and then that's when everyone starts, profit maxing and email maxing and headline and content maxing because they're no longer tracing the original pursuit or what I should say. Their pursuit wasn't my pursuit anyway. I believed, I don't know, fucking for whatever reason, someone told me, I guess early enough in my life, like, you find a thing that you're passionate or you love the most and you do that, you never have to work a day in your life. Because it's the perception of what work is that changes. Not the fact that you don't have to do nothing, but that's not work. Me turning on the laptop, jumping in Atmosphere and Fruity Loops or whatever, and going through the fucking nightmare of which plugin and sound and hallway and reverb and texture and lo-fi I want is as intense as it could ever get for someone like me at this point. And I love that. Never go away. It may not be as frequent. I might not be as determined or inspired to like hit quotas and goals of how many of these things I should do, and not because I did already. Novelty. So now it's more like, okay, when I get back into it, it's going to be because I want to outdo myself, and that don't take a lot. So it's the same thing with any other adventure, I imagine. You just gotta outdo yourself when you get older. You're no longer competing or racing the hamster wheel. You, you're damn near keeping yourself alive. Hmm? I'm telling you, you gotta be careful with this life, man. The mind, especially, because you think people who do the same job for 25, 35 years and used to be able to retire, remember those guys? You know what the stats are on men who retire and then die shortly after? So the dynamic isn't because necessarily, as a man myself, almost at what that age would feel like, I can almost sense what that is. It's the fact that it's not going to work no more per se or that habit or routine. It's the fact that they did everything. That job, that career, that dream they sold them was the everything they ever had put in the egg basket. Mind you, they didn't have all this novelty and references and podcasts that we have now then. So they're on the up and up. Like, yeah, I did it. I got the job. I got the promotion. I got the house, the wife, the kids, the 2.3 kids. Fucking this cool car. I went through my midlife crisis. I got a cooler car. It's not cooler after 10 years. What else can I acquire? Nothing. That's what the brother in the car at 23 years old. Little black brother's like 23 and he feels like he's in a midlife crisis. Like, what? Imagine him at 50 something. Nah, you gotta slow down. You gotta reframe, respect the narrative or the perspective in which we approach these things. That's all. And it's hard to do, especially if we're all taught and the society itself rewards the narrative of what serves the corporation. We, we come from humans, dog, not corporations. Meaning we've existed longer than any of the ideas in play now. And we will outlive any of the ideas that our generation is experiencing now through future generations. And our input today and our problems today, how we solve these problems today is going to be a blueprint for someone else that we may never meet years into the future too. We have a huge responsibility, low key, if you really think about it. So, nah, happy in life, I allow happiness into my life when I can afford to. But really, what it's about is about making sure I can do something that makes life worth living, even if it's working. But it's the type of work I want to do, even if it's like some crazy bald headed daughter someone got and she's in my life. As long as I know like that's worth putting time and energy into, not because she makes me happy per se, because I'm gonna look at the whole thing differently. I have so many other relationships and circumstances which happiness was not on the menu, but all the things it revealed about me and life and people, I'm looking at those. I'm looking at, do no harm and leave things in a better condition in which you found them. AKA upgrading. But not upgrading because we're demanded to, not upgrading because that's what's expected, but because that's just the nature of the beast. You want to make it better. You want to make it more beautiful. When it's not the roof's not to leak. Think that's just, I guess, men, but generically so. But I'm just saying, like, purpose. What's my purpose? You're this old guy that retired and you got enough money to just sail into the sunset. But what's my purpose, man? I never spent this type of money. I was never the type to be at 10:30 a.m. to go to Starbucks because I ain't got nothing better to do. Like, they're going through all that shit. And they probably paired up with a woman that they've lost a certain connection to by then too, lifetime. And they're old enough to know they ain't got the riz no more to get the hot blonde chick either. You know what I'm saying? Without tricking. So there's never going to be something else. You're never going to get to know this woman for the next 40 years. So a lot of those storylines and quests are not available. And then because there's no new quest log or no new philosophical, spiritual, or obtainment to have, I guess I'll be out of here soon. And they do. Same thing with women, right? They lose a husband they actually loved and was the real kind of love, not the help me survive love. And he died. What happened to her ass? 5 years later or less. She did too. To me, that's beautiful though. Because they picked what they wanted, they got it, and there's nothing else left on the table. The kids are grown, the house is paid off, or whatever the dynamic. It ain't even gotta be that deep. We can take it to a hood story. We can take it to a hood novella. I'm more familiar with those. I love that shit. Two northern, crazy, yelling, sarcastic, mean-spirited people get fucking old together. And they calm down, and all they get to do now is curse out the kids and spoil grandkids. To whatever degree. Whether it's food, time, narrative. But that's what it's about. It's the evolution of yourself. You shouldn't feel how you felt 10 years ago. You shouldn't feel how you felt 20 years ago. That means nothing changed. Our society, humanity, shouldn't feel how it felt in the 90s. And unfortunately, some of these ugly things and reactions and murders and greed and dumb ideas for profit, that shit getting old too. That's all. But it's literally when people say it's the system, the system is the agreement of thought and behaviors that we all lock into and allow others, or what we do and don't protest about it. It's not an actual thing. It's a phenomenon. It's not an actual rigid thing. All this shit's on paper. All this determines if people can read or not. It's just enough to keep people going, right? We don't know. It keeps the people going. It's literally that. That's the system. The thing you don't know that keeps people going. That old system is just not keeping people going. All that means is it's the birth pains of a new one. New ideas, new inspirations, new ways to do it. And a lot of healing and fixing and recovering. And I'm not talking about in a therapy way. I'm talking about in a real way. Like, we need to put a Band-Aid on it. It needs to close. And we need to move the fuck on. As a collective, as a majority. Not everyone can do it. Not everyone knows to do it. But you know what I'm saying? Enough people do it, it shifts the system. You can bring God into the chat if you want to. I think that God would be tired of our shenanigans by now, honestly. How many floods does the man need before you get the point? Stop doing these things. No, we're actually gonna make laws and policies and narratives and podcasts about doing the things that's ruining everyone's lives. And we're gonna look at each other across the table like, well, my experience, your experience ain't got no Bible with it though. And it never will. You don't even know these people's names. Imagine. That one guy on that mean podcast, that one random girl that had a hot take, they ain't enough. They ain't enough. It's entertaining. I would keep it there. It's just entertainment, a distraction, something to do with your meantime, interesting, overlap, learn from the mistakes and the folly of others. Leave the fools to the fools, man. It's foolishness. Foolishness is not a bad thing, and if you know objectively, if you're not the foolishness, like they'll grow up, they'll evolve, and then someone else chance to be foolish. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just different phases. It's local phase, your generational phase, your local condition, environmental phase, even environment shit, right? Like a lot of people forget when they're talking. I notice you're not in your hometown no more. You learn the way of life and the routines and the patterns of people based on a niche environment. You're afforded, whether through school, travel, job opportunities, or even relationships, to be somewhere else. That's a whole new story. Ain't nobody in your family or reference group has that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you're gonna have to trailblaze. You have to Marco Polo, Drake Unchart, motherfucking Mansa Musa some shit. You ain't gonna know if you work. You ain't gonna know if it's worth it until you damn near 60 some years old. Usually, a lot of the younger people have to let go of the fact that there's expected because you worked hard for 3 or 10 years that instant gratification would happen and then that's it. No, you worked hard at that level. You're gonna get to a new level. You have to work hard at that level. You're gonna get to a new level. You have to work hard at that level. But the work don't always look the same. It's not always hours on the clock. It might be health. If you ain't fight the health battle yet, get ready for it. Ain't no amount of hours at your job that's gonna make that go away. I had to fight health for goddamn. Now, mind you, a person that never had health issues. That shit didn't creep up on my ass until I was 33. A little bit before, just a little bit after. But all kind of shit just hit me at once. While working, while creating content, while paying my bills, while paying rent, while entertaining bald headed girls, all at once. But the health one, man, oh my God. Because I wanted to raw dog it. I didn't want doctors, I didn't want hospitals, I didn't want medicine. I know, it doesn't sound like a smart choice, but it was. Because because I knew I don't get sick. So if I'm sick right now, there's a problem. What's my fucking problem? And then going through it raw dog style, it tapped me into the root cause of my dis ease. Not at ease. Why am I not at ease? All thought things, all internal things, all mental things that just manifested in all kinds of other crazy, ugly ways. Gave me opportunity to not put a patch on it and to get to the root issue. And every day I knew. And I can barely remember how that felt, man. It wasn't that long ago. It's just so much has happened. But if I can get into that mode real quick, I think it was like I didn't spend a whole lot of time boo-hooing over it or staying in a defeated place because I was active, I was fighting, I was working. But it was kind of fucked up to me. I was like, damn, finally my life gets some motion to it, and now I got to deal with this. After 30 fucking years, I finally get to one of the carrots on the damn treadmill and stabilize these things. Now I gotta look at this, I gotta worry about that, I gotta change my diet, my thought habits, more than any habit, my thought habits. I had to change my perspective on things. I had to get out of a relationship that was accelerating the things. I had to find out where I'm going to go and what I'm going to be when I get there. And the same thing. And I'm still dealing with my health in the rough, still losing weight, getting my eyes back together, fucking mental health wise, anxieties, and just random shit, the sun, the radiation, fucking all the bad news, like learning how to become more bulletproof. Because none of those things change. None of the variables that caused it changed. The only thing that changed was me. And I changed me. And that's what I got out of doing that raw dog experience. It's not the medicine that did it. It's not the doctor that did it. It's not the therapist that did it. And mind you, depending on your journey and your walk in life, you may not be able to afford that. But because my job was to turn on a fucking YouTube camera, fuck around on some melodies, and talk crazy like I talk now, I said, I can take this L. So I did, for research purposes. But because I chose that way. I was like, wow, I'm really powerful. Slow as fuck. It took a while now. I'm slow, but I'm powerful, man. I got to the other side of some really rough fucking ideas, bro. I allowed a lot of fuck shit to continue way too long. I took the four agreements to heart for some fucking reason. Now, at some point, the bullshit gotta stop. I can live by the four agreements. That don't mean everyone else will. I can see the good in people. That don't mean everyone else do. I can sacrifice, self-sacrifice, and make myself available to these circumstances. They don't mean when it's my turn to need it that they will. That's where the narcissistic personality disorder of people that we see in our society, they fail. And unfortunately, sisters, I see it most in you when y'all talk on social media. Not you specifically, if you're a woman listening, but your sisters. Sister code. They do all the things and look the way and feel the way and think the way and expect that that means something. Take it from a man, sis. No one gives a fuck. No one gives a fuck that you're this and that. No one gives a fuck you got the job, the degree, the car. You did these things yourselves. You meet this person where you are now for the first time. They're looking at today and tomorrow. They're not looking at yesterday. And they're not looking at what's inside for real. How can they? You'll be fortunate to find one person on this planet that does give a fuck. Hopefully you find them. But generally, they then project it out and take it out on everyone else and waste their time dating men they know they're not going to want to be with or have kids with anyway, and project what a real man is on a guy that they don't want anyway. Women know how to fucking act when there's a man they want. I've had two girls out of how many that actually wanted me. You know what I'm talking about? I know how they act. Yeah, very different. And there's a whole bunch of philosophies behind that shit too. Alpha widows, imprints, all kinds of things I can get into if you need help with that, gentlemen. But the experience with the girl that likes you versus the girl you like is way different. And these women are only bickering and lamenting about the guys that like them. They don't be lamenting and saying all this fly, jazzy shit on a podcast about the men they liked. Their stories usually is the guy that got away or the one they wasn't mature or ready for. It was like X score years ago when she knew him. She hasn't ran into him since. I know that's right. Because the old you ran into him. The new you has adjusted and adapted and went through more experiences, and now it's going to be a new type of person that would be compatible with you. But all the people in between are not going to give a fuck either way, man, because they're going through the same process. And it's tough. It's a tough adjustment to make, especially the princess leaning uh, outcome narrative about dating in general for people. Like, oh, you meet a nice guy, you hit it off, you work, you build a business, an empire together, you have some kids, you're married, and everything works out happily ever after. That is not even the average outcome. That's not even the average outcome. That's not the average outcome for nobody on this planet. Black, white, indifferent, old, young, new. Nope, nope. Most people don't get married. Most marriages don't stay married, etc., etc. And a lot of people are here come from single family households anyway. In real time, like present. See what I'm saying? We're in a present paradox, talking about how it would be if we manipulated the nuclear family paradox to serve our selfish needs to start 20 years too late. Nah, you can't do that. Nah, that's a whole new thing now. And the variables change, environment change, the money change. Nah, you a whole different story now. And you have to do the work to make that beautiful for you. Ain't nobody else gonna adjust. Ain't nobody gonna give a fuck. Ain't nothing gonna go back. Ain't men ain't gonna get better. Women ain't gonna get better. That is not even a conversation. That's that capitalistic consumer mentality, like quality exchanging energy for quality of service and goods. We're talking about people. Y'all sound like y'all trying to buy slaves. NFL combine type shit is how they treat it. Like the guy has to be this tall, he has to be this strong, he got to be this fast. Yeah, you sound like white dudes. You sound like white dudes. If that's the mentality of this, from these women, like their reference point is very slave auction like. They treat love like a slave auction. Men do too. But you'll notice that what men are auctioning off is kind of like really the things that most men want in a woman, most women can possess. Things that most women want in a man, most men will never possess. That's what creates the imbalance. Any woman, if she can get herself into shape, smile, smell good, and doesn't just look hideous for whatever fucking reason. Now, mind you, if they got money for BBLs, maybe she should get plastic surgery. But there's steps she can take, and she'll find someone who wants her. There's women who don't take none of those steps, and they end up pregnant and have 5 kids. So you imagine if. So the auction thing doesn't work for men. So in this particular timeline too, it definitely don't work. We have a new problem. Motherfucking mental health issues. No one talked about that when I was a kid. There's one mode, happy or crazy. And they're crazy because they're not happy. Other than that, it was that. Now you got people who discover what the word trauma means, and learning how to overcome things and things they've seen and heard and all kind of shit. Like that, those elements were always there, but they were never this extreme, and they were never magnified by so many voices who have made a big deal about that and not the actual objective of the game itself. They changed the meta. Your problem is your mental health. You know how fast mental health goes away when you got money? Stop playing with me. You know how fast mental health goes away, at least in the honeymoon period of a relationship with a person you actually like? That mental health shit don't catch up to these people until shit get boring again, until shit gets plateaued. Then it's like, something's wrong, the roller coaster's not moving, it must be the past. You start looking back on all the hills behind you. Mm-hmm. Thief is the comparison of joy. You're comparing now to then. You're never going to be happy. You ain't supposed to compare where you are now to then. You're supposed to be thinking about how can I create a cooler tomorrow. Now, that's the work. All right, the game is missing something. What can I do new? Not what I can do more of, because what you've done more of got you to this point, and at this point, all of that more, you're not fulfilled. So it's not more of the same. It's not. It's not even substituting people, unless these people are detrimental, ruin you, making you unhappy, making you feel less than your value, and all these things that happen socially. Then yeah, why are you dealing with that person anyway? But if nothing's wrong and you feel the things and you start getting fucking neurotic, slow down. The fuck you think is supposed to happen? You don't believe in breaks? You like vacations and PTO? Imagine if life had to do that. Imagine if the angels and the spirits and the energies we don't interact with, what if they need a break? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if it's just time for you to sit the fuck down for a little while and then take inventory and appreciation for everything you've gotten so far? For all the food you got in your freezer already, maybe it's time to cook it. You know what I'm saying? Check out your pantry real quick. Go ahead and make that manwich and that macaroni and cheese real quick. Do it one more time for 1996. Like, when you really think about it, and if you can immerse yourself in that presence and knowing, like, it's fine, I got here, let me take advantage of what it is here, and then before you know it, the train will start moving again. But trusting that ebb and flow is what they call it. It's ebb and flow. It's not just one straight line up. Even the stock market is too much. It's like up and down every day. Nah, life is gradual. A lot of times you spend just doing nothing. That's normal, by the way, if you know where we come from. You know, other humans that lived before this society. They weren't doing shit every day. They weren't going to the movies every fucking weekend. Can you imagine time with none of this shit? Like, people really was like just thugging it out. Like, nice little living areas, and all they had to do was hunt and explore, find out ways to solve new problems, venoms and poisons and attacks, and Darwinism, all the gory details, how to fix broken bones. Like, that was the order of the day for thousands of years. So this little short 30 to 50 years most of us have been in is nothing. It's a glint. But it is important individually that you readjust your parameters to make sure that when this train starts moving again, that you understand it's not moving in the same direction. It's moving somewhere else. So you have to adapt and move and flow with it. I would look at it like that. Like no matter where this shit go next, I'm gonna be all right. No matter where this shit go next, I'm gonna figure it out. No matter where this shit goes next, the new jobs, AI or not, I want to have something that does something because I've always have, right? Like you ain't gotta have the answer. You have to have the attitude. So I think attitude is probably way more important than happiness. Because a lot of people have a fucking attitude because they're not happy. So I would divorce those and go, irregardless of my happiness meter, aka my dopamine and oxy stimulants, I'm going to find an attitude that allows me to persist no matter what's thrown at me. Resilience, strength, honor, courage, bravery. All those words come from a frame of reference that if you didn't have those things, or you got those things because shit wasn't right, because shit was fucked up, because everything's on fuck shit. You can't just say I'm brave without having to do some brave shit. You can't just say I'm strong if you haven't been fucking crushed. You can't say I'm smart if you've never been dumb or needed to seek and study and make yourself self-approved. You don't start at the maximum value of your attitude. So think of happy the same way. The way that people internalize it, it seems to me. I'm not happy. You gotta unlock that. The way you playing this game, you gotta unlock happiness. Oh, you didn't pick a character that started with happiness? Oh, don't worry. What other traits you got? You got patience. You got kindness. You got something in you that's more like service to others. I bet you if you lean into those skill trees, you might end up fucking happy. Instead of waiting for something, someone, or another thing to make you happy, how about you do all the things you got? And I bet you if you use them, you end up being happier than you are now. That's not what I mean. I mean, I'd be truly happy if everything worked out the way I planned it when I was a kid. No, 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 no. You're not a kid. Time is not a kid. And your society is not a kid no more. Hang it up. Lock him up. Hang it up. This ain't that because you expect happiness based on that. That's dumb. That sounds like some shit a kid would do. Exactly. When I was a child, I did childlike things. So, no. No. Millennials, we are not children no more. There's consequences for all the things we've done. They're rendering. That's what it is. That's the final score for that stage. Stage 2 clear. Streets of Rage. You're going on to stage 3. You got different monsters. Oh, man. Streets of Rage, man. I wish these people played Sega growing up. You start going straight down the alley. You go through the arcade. You're in the goddamn bar. You in the alleyway behind the bar. You gotta fight a nigga outside, a giant nigga, and then somehow or the fucking another, you're in an alien cave. Real quick. That's a short stage too. On the way to Dreamer, on the way to the fucking amusement park. But you gotta go through a fucking alien cave for no fucking reason. On contrary, you gotta do it. You gotta fight these aliens swinging across the screen. Ninjas like you look at you. If you got a crew, you're like, yo, we really in an alien cave right now, and these niggas are just throwing knives and bats at us like that shit normal. And you get to the end of that, you go through the fucking amusement park. We ain't no fucking nobody. It's midnight. Ain't nobody got no funnel cake popping out here. You can't get on the rides for real. You get to the end of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's more like life than any other fucking movie, book, or podcaster has ever suggested. That the stage, you don't choose the stages for real. You choose the character. And whatever skill or special ability or combo or movement that that character has, you have to be able, flexible enough with that character to adjust to the stage. Not the other way around. People are waiting for happiness like, well, if this was the perfect stage, I'd be something. No, it's not the perfect stage. You don't design the stage. You design the character. You have to make a more perfect character. That's all. That's all it is. It's character development, quite literally. A lot of people are hung up on an old character that they built. And they're mad that it doesn't get ported to the next game. Perfect example. Destiny 2. What the fuck was that? Destiny 2 is just Destiny 1. It ain't even a whole fucking new map for real. You gonna destroy our base, move us down the street, have us go to the same galaxy for the most part. I don't know if the expansions finally changed it, but when it first launched, I was like, hey yo, so similar graphics engine, similar gameplay. Why the fuck I had to make a new hunter? Why can't I just take my hunter save, just like Resident Evil does it and all other video games that can do it? How come Bungie couldn't just take my hunter from Destiny 1 and just say, and start Destiny 2? Now she can get the new shit and do the new shit, new guns, whatever, new quests, whatever the fuck it is. You out of here. Fuck my face, bitch. They're like, nah, son, to keep the story interesting, we're gonna start all y'all over from scratch. All you have is your memories. All you have is the things that you use to develop your character. Workflows, farming, concepts, the map, generally. You understand what the icons are. You only got that. All you have is your experience. But you're gonna have to work again on this stage, in this new-ish world, until we release some new content for you. Have fun. And then you're like, I hate this. But you meet new people who've never played Destiny before, they're playing Destiny 2, so it's gonna be a whole different experience. People who never maxed out their hunter in the last game. Now you gotta do what they ask. Shit, I want to take my ass to Team Deathmatch, because I know these niggas can't shoot for it. Like, you literally have to play the game differently. Same controller. The fire button didn't change. The grenade button didn't change. The melee attack didn't change. Same controller. Same physics. But an augmented world and a new agenda. Everything's going to change, but you. So a lot of people struggle with happiness just because they're trying to get something, someone, or the environment to change. AKA, they're rigid. They're unwilling to change and adapt. It's not fair. I just feel like if I ain't, ha. No. I know. We're not ate forever. It was like that when you were a kid. You can't reach your food. Someone brings it to you. You can't afford those shoes. Hopefully your parent bought them for you. You can't reach that part of the cabinet. If you had a big brother, a big sister, or a chair, they get it for you. That's the tutorial. But you know what's more important about those examples than anything else? Those weren't examples in hindsight about how life is supposed to treat you. What those examples were models of how you're supposed to treat others you come across in your life. When you find someone else who needs the shoes, when you find someone else who can't reach, when you find someone else who can't bring it to them. The mirror neuron should have said, oh, that's how other people serve or help each other. Not how people are supposed to treat me. It's easy to take for granted when you're young, but when you get older, and you hear what everyone's complaints are, especially in relationships, but it's not even just romantic relationships you'll notice that people have this problem with. They have it in friend groups. I saw a thread earlier, it's like, does anyone have friends out there to talk to? Like in their real life, like normally or regularly? I seen so many comments on that thread, things like 600 or something. And I read about 30 of them. And I've seen a whole bunch of no's in the whys. And it's like, yeah, generally everyone would say people are being weird, or people are draining my energy and not putting nothing back, or, you know, backstabs, betrayals, blah, blah, blah. What's a good friend, real friends, Kanye, DMX, however you want to do it. Rigid. Everyone's growing up in time, but no one's adjusting their characters. So it's easier just to withdraw yourself from that court. Well, some Holy Roman Empire shit. You don't have to go to that court no more. You go to a different court. Hang out with the jesters if you want to. Same story. But people don't even have the energy to do that. By energy, they usually mean money. It's expensive to do the things that I met my old friend group in that happened to not be the real friend group, because my common thread with these people is that we're spending money to be out in the life, in the thing, and that's what united us, not character. You weren't united by character, you're united by lifestyle. I just want a man who can afford my lifestyle. You're not united by a character, you're united by a lifestyle. Yeah, no. You want to stay on the same level. You don't want to grow your character. You don't want Destiny 2 then. God didn't ask you, are you ready to play Destiny 2? God said Destiny 1 is no longer going to be supported. Online services will last until the end of the year, and if you don't get the new game or whatever, fuck it. You can fucking play Titanfall, another great game. So, yeah, we playing Destiny 4 or 5 right now. System wide. Where capitalism doesn't mean anything. It's capitalism in 2025. It's a whole new character. It's poverty in 2025. It's a whole new character. It's education in 2025. It's a whole new character. And if we keep referring to the past or what it ought to be, what it could have been, what it should have been, you'd realize back in that time when you're saying that, someone else was saying that about your time too. It's like the song that never ends. It goes on, my friend. Some people started singing without knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing. It doesn't matter because it's just a song. Yeah, it's a song that never ends, and it's a reflection or it's a side effect of people just not being content, happy, or satisfied with the status quo or expectations. Welcome to real life. The illest shit about our life right now is this the most normal life can be. Mm-hmm. We're gonna have to change it. Old folks, retirement parable. Your people in Congress are trying to retire, boy. I'm not agreeing with their practices or their characters. Trust me, they ain't changed either. But let's be realistic. How much energy do you think these people have for real? All their energy at best is the money that they're scamming out of you. Physically, mentally. Let's add COVID. Let's add mRNA. They ain't got it like that, Chief. Collectively, we're barking up the wrong tree. The decent thing for them to do is to step down, get the fuck out the way, and let the people that have to live the next 30 years figure it out since they'll be fucking dead by then. I know. But that's assuming that the paper in the system was created that way. It wasn't, obviously. But you still gotta live through however long they live, don't you? I'm telling you, everyone that fucked this planet up and this science up and this politics up, they're all scheduled to die soon. And I'm not saying that like it's a wild thing to say, but it's true. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely they're gonna die soon. How old is Trump? How old is Maxine? How old is Pelosi? How old are these people? Now, I had health issues, stress of the new game. Um, everyone. So if you think about witchcraft, I love doing this. So you think like people who do witchcraft on people, it's one person channeling their energy using sigils and things, and they're trying to send that energy to someone else. That's just one person though. Fuck up your life. Now imagine millions of people are talking about you, thinking about you, hating you, whatever the degrees are. They gotta deal with that shit too. Money, as crazy as it sounds, is probably the only thing they got. Even that, like, think about how easy it is. Like, they could have pulled this shit off 30 years ago. Like, did some bullshit, shut down food stamps. And you're like, man, that's not fair. Next time we'll vote in 3 years. But now in today's circumstances, in Destiny 5, you know they're pulling money from one thing, but the next day you get a fucking alert that says, these motherfuckers just gave 40 billion to something else. What the fuck going on? They never had that problem before. They never had people on all of their moves. Even Nancy Pelosi, they have a website tracker for every financial move she makes. All these other people, they're being held accountable in real time. All that shit and dirt they did in Argentina, Ukraine, and everywhere else, those people are sending you feedback in real time. The Chinese people are now starting to talk to us socially about politics in life. These are taboos. You're not supposed to talk about that at work. They talking about it on fucking TikTok, though. So you're starting to see a more holistic view of like, oh no, 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 no. That generationally, that old idea got the whole world fucked up, Craig. Everybody got us fucked up for real. Because they're not going to be here to have to live through this. And that's only at their stage where they can't turn around and look down at you 40, 50, 60 years removed and be like, I'll fix it. Oh, no, no, no. They're prioritizing their death. You're still trying to live. Those are two opposite directions, my friends. You think you're scared. Imagine them. If they lost this system, there's no chance in Hades they can rebuild anything else. That is what the struggle is, by the way. When you talk about boomers and up or whatever the fuck. You're dealing with you got to realize how old they are, generationally wise, phase wise, everything, and all the things they lived through and things that we saw as kids, they were adults seeing it. So they're at the end. They're on the last stage for themselves. They're not going to make this better for nobody. They don't have the foresight to 2050. They won't fucking be here. Mm-hmm. And they don't know what day they're going either. Every day they're that much closer. Between now and 2050, they out of here. And they knew that. So I expect them to manipulate and do the dumb shit they're doing. What else can they do? Mm-hmm. Yep. It makes sense. You gotta make it make sense, but it makes sense. So next up, who's next? Who's gonna be here at 2050? But we gonna be older. Yeah. So you're actually preparing for a whole different reality anyway. If you're a millennial, you're not preparing for life to get better at 28. You're preparing for what life is gonna look like at 58. Or yeah, 60. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we ain't having those conversations yet. And think of all the millennials that ain't even got kids yet. You got a fucking parent run to do. 18 years each child at the minimum. Longer it seems these days. Just because you ain't gonna want to see your child to go through all this dumb shit just because they're 18. So you locked in. You're locked in with a bunch of little people with dirty hands and greasy faces for about 20 to 30 years randomly within the next decade or so, right? Mm-hmm. Me, between 40 and 50. I might fuck around and create a whole nother person I gotta be hands on with in their life well into my 70s. That's a whole different video game. Because I didn't do it 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. Yeah, first time for everything. That's gonna be some first time ass shit that happening for everybody, for so many people. A lot of us, believe it or not, want kids. Can you fucking imagine that? We want to be fathers. We want to do better than ours. We want to prepare them with all of our wisdom and everything. Although they won't be playing our game apparently. But you're like, you know what? You like these shooters, man. Let me take you back to Quake and Unreal Tournament real quick. Let me tell you where it really started. Man, they talking about GoldenEye. Nah. There ain't enough latency and lag in that shit. I need to put you on the Quake and Unreal Tournament real quick. Lead shots, rockets to the ground. You have to understand how physics works back then. You'd be a better player today. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Yep. Yep. And no, we're not waiting to get rich and for everything to work and all that shit either. We're waiting for the right people. Imagine that shit. So, nah, man. Happiness ain't what it is. It's purpose. Mr. House says, yeah, parliament-wise, there's some shaking. Maybe in big cities, some protests, but over here, nothing public going on in my town or region. Thank God. Mr. Now says, since Italians found out most of their taxes go to fund Polish missiles, that's crazy. The best they can come up with these billions is a ChatGPT browser with an assistant in it, with the Siri. Mr. Now says, what next? People getting a wheelchair for their wheelchair? JPX says, I'm noticing that comedian podcasts are now having politicians as guests. Ain't no channels or TV stations left, is there? They got fucking Kevin Hart had a whole fucking Hart Media app and bullshit. He spent all his goddamn time with Drewski and Kai Cenat. Ran out of ideas.com. Yeah. King Will says, life is surprising me right now. 33333. Mr. Koo, how you doing? Peace G. Happiness is not a constant, so it can't be a thing to achieve permanently. It's the algebra problem they're having. Mr. Now says, it's a good peak, but what goes up must come down. Law of rhythm. 3, endurance. Happiness, hitting a top corner in soccer, shot in soccer. Then you try the same shot again. Goes to the moon. Come on now. Jonathan, I just texted you, didn't realize you were alive. I just discovered the Great Firewall of Canada is now up and running. What is the Great Firewall of Canada about? I like that. Jonathan says, I just discovered it by trying to log on to Domino's.com, and then it auto kicks me to Domino's.ca, so from American.com to Canada.ca. Last week I tried the same thing. It allowed me to go to Domino's.com to complete my order on the US site to a US Domino's location in Austin, though. Keep in mind, I've been roaming on my Canadian wireless network SIM card for at least 5 years. They're locking it down for the new bills going into a place for the new hate speech laws, where you will do time or pay a heavy fine and also get banned from using the internet. Oh, yeah, they know how to make all the younger generation of people happy. Then ask Gen Z if they give a fuck. JPX says, huh, that's interesting. There's been a lot of traffic around SIM card farms getting busted. Got you. Oh, damn, it's going all UK with it too. Is the statue of Epstein and Trump skipping down the streets holding hands still up? I saw that the other day. I think it is. Jonathan says, yes, sir, prison time, house arrest with ankle monitors, 4-digit plus fines, being banned from the internet, all of that. Sovereign game theory, third option. Sounds like they want a clown world, Jonathan. It's weird. Yup, it's like asking people to set up a tent and be stationary inside of a train that's going to a specific station, Mr. Now. Salute everyone in the chat. Shout to Jalert. He in the chat. I see you. Streets of Rage is classic-ish. Come on now. 33333. Jonathan says, we can still bring them up in an environment where they can understand and practice all of the natural laws. Absolutely. That's it. Purpose as a human, male gendered individual at least. Create more. Better. Faster. Stronger. Tougher. That's all. They gonna figure out everything else. On their dad, they will. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's one memory card you can pass forward. Yourself. Mm-hmm. Don't matter what the game is, no matter what the environment is. Your kids is your memory card. Mm-hmm. Quite literally. Even if you live a different lifestyle where you're not going to have kids in that same manner, your friend group, or those you take care of, or those you help along the way, same story. They're going to tell their kids about you. Now you're part of their memory card. Hmm? There's a way to get it done. You do all the above too. Don't sleep. You can take care of your kids and help everyone else too. Imagine that shit. Unfortunately, that does not seem to be compatible with socialistic capitalism. The ideas are still there, but the system, it doesn't support that for real. The system is what's causing the fucking psychosis and the neuroticism. So you're always going to be battling. If there's artificial limits and misappropriation of resources to benefit the few. And you know this system benefits the few. You're looking at the few scramble to keep it. It ain't that many people, guys. The 1%. What is 1% of 300 million? 3, right? So let's say it's just 4 million people in the entire world who are the biggest beneficiaries of this system, the majority of which are boomer age. Your 1% is about to die off. So, Mike Gyllenhaal or whatever, one of the movies, you're just on a train waiting. You sway on a train. Eventually you'll get to a train stop. Maybe you run into Neo with a little Indian girl. I don't know. But we know that train stop coming. So whatever we do to adjust in the meantime is going to be temporary irregardless. Because the voices and the decision makers that fill in, it's going to be like our group within 10 to 15 years of us. Yep. That's the only quote unquote scary things about life. When you're a kid, there's so many more people everywhere else older than you. You're growing up to catch up to them. And by the time you grow up to catch up with them, they're not there no more. We don't think about that as children. That old nice lady, my old neighbor, man. Can't wait till I'm old enough to make my own apple pies. And by the time you are, she ain't here no more, is she? Oh man, I can't wait to spend more time at my grandma's house. By the time you can, your grandma ain't in that house no more, is she? We lose track of time in a weird way. We don't understand how temporary this life is, I think. I think that's what's beating just the human individual's ass. You don't know how much time you have for real. So if you're planning your life on achieving a goal, time, money, carrot, happiness wise, you're missing it. Every day. What they say? Not one of these days are guaranteed to you. So all you have to do is adjust your frame a little bit. That's all. It's like, well, I could die in my sleep. Did I leave anything on the table? Damn it, I didn't get a chance to work overtime and buy that thing and go see Chris Brown live in July. Like, that's what you gonna work with? You gonna remember that shit? Then why are you crying about that now? It's not real. Time seems to be the only thing that's real in this motherfucker. Time is the realest motherfucker out here. And then science says time isn't real. Can you imagine? The same scientists that poisoned everybody. So, once you understand, perception wise, nah, it's you versus time. Be kind to yourself. Time gonna beat your ass. At the end of the day, time wins. So you can make it a battle or you can make it a teacher. No matter what, time wins. This house won't stand the test of time. Your favorite shoes won't stand the test of time. There's people now crying about their Jordans they collected, starting to rot, even when they're well preserved. Time. You preserved them too long. You're supposed to sell those on eBay back in 2015, nigga. When all the white people wanted to buy them. You missed a whole window of what that was about. Hmm? I know that's right. So, mm-mm. Time is undefeated. Could be friends with it though. The bully of all bullies is time. If you understand that, I'll code switch real quick because that's deep. So time synonymous with Chronos. Chronos synonymous with Satan. Satan synonymous with Saturn. You understand what the problem is. Your devil is time. Because you're temporary nephesh, your temporary physical vessel as within the parameters of this dimension. In the unknown of any other dimensions above, before, horizontally, we don't really know. We barely know what's in this one. The shit we be discovering, we be like, well, it's the ninth dimension. Yeah, that's local though. That's local. There's no way of proving in this body that there's other, you know what I'm saying? We're not there yet. We're not there with it. This is too temporary for that to be true. You may really require a whole nother experience for the other dimension that you're not in this body anyway. So we be sweating the small things. I got good news for everybody. Every human that's ever potentially existed here, at least on this moon called Europa, has died. Good news. Nothing unique about it. That's almost the point. That's the one constant, right? Time and death. Hmm? That's what fear is. To prevent you from running out of time and death, ain't it? That's what anxiety is, right? Dealing with time and death, right? That's what the scarcity of food and money is. It reminds you of time and death, right? Come on now, fuck with me. Ain't none of that shit wrong with happiness. People want more money so they have more time. Come on now, fuck with me. People want more health so they can live. Come on, fuck with me. Everyone's racing against time and death. Everyone's racing. The hamster wheel is going against the inevitable on top of that. Whether you get the carrot or not. At some point, that treadmill is going to fall into a pit. It's not morbid. It's not scary. But that's the trick. That's why you're running on a fucking treadmill to get a carrot to begin with. It's because they weaponized your fear of death. That's why religion and the Bible and God and all those books kind of are the countermeasure to that, right? Do the science. It'll make so much sense to you so fast. Like, oh, that's why the ancestors was like, yo, at the end of the day, eat, drink, and be merry, man. I went out here chasing all the women, all the paintings. I won all the battles. And I'm an old man now, retired. And the only thing I want to do with my time remaining is eat, drink, and be merry. He surrounded himself by the people that were left. Apparently much younger because he done fucked up everybody else. And he old too. So a lot of them Goliaths and giants ain't there no more anyway. At the end of the fucking day, eat, drink, and be merry. At the end of the fucking day, fear not. What did David say? Do not give into vain imaginations. Why are you worrying about shit? That's a misuse of your imagination. Now, trust me, in this system and these people at this time in this generation in which we show up, that's challenging because of what's dragging you the other way. You're still racing for time in other ways. You're still doing 80 hours, 40 hours for other things. You're still trying to catch a certain pyramid of cash the other way. It's split mindedness. Mm-hmm. God warns about that, according to the ancestors. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I know. We're human. Ish. We gotta die either way, Chief. Thank God. I can't do this shit forever. I definitely won't do this shit forever geriatric. Shit. The first 40 years whooped my ass. Are you serious? I ain't trying to do that shit 50 to 90 like that. God damn, take me up before you go. I'll be alright. I'm almost certain of it now. So, in the meantime, in between time, trying to find something to appreciate and upgrade and contribute to. Like on the days where it's not like a lot to do or things ain't going my way, if there's people around, I'm taking more effort to uh, contribute something. Like someone came up today and started small talk with me. They seemed nervous at first because they couldn't read me, but I really entertained the shenanigans, and I can tell it made them feel better. Or someone's like, "Hey, man, this, that, and the third, or you just pushing someone in a wheelchair, little things like that. Like I'm clocking those opportunities. Before it was like if someone asked me, or gentleman things, always. I don't mean like that. I mean like that's the point. I mean that's the point now. It wasn't the point before. I was the point before. Normal. At this phase, realizing the balance. This is just a balancing thing for me to balance my ego, to balance my thoughts and what my indoctrination was. Rewriting a new story. Like, nah, I'm not trying to do the non-for-profit, feed all the homeless and all those things for the picture. Not in that way, but in a real way, in a permanent way. Like, how can I show up in other people's lives? Briefly. I can't do that shit all day. But I can do it 5 minutes at a time. I can do it 15 minutes at a time. Shit, 5 hours if you need me. But I'm not talking about taking it out of doing it for karma. and just doing it because that's the point of life. Showing up is the point. Showing up for others seems to be a bigger point because everyone is saying the government is not showing up for others. So if I'm gonna complain about that bullshit, then what am I doing? Am I showing up? I ain't gotta wait to get rich to show up. I don't need $1 million to show up. Nigga, you want black them out? Was that 99 cents to $1.80? I got you. Yeah. And not just, how women are. They just show up for everybody that's makes them feel good in their life. Nah, I ain't talking about that either, sis. Nah, I ain't talking about like that. I ain't talking about like for your kids or your spouse. I'm talking about like as a human individual. Because that's all we are anyway. Stop fucking playing with yourself. We're individuals. How do I show up for other individuals? Like how I show up. I always show up. But I'm talking about how I show up. Like why I show up. What does that mean when I show up? What's the effect of showing up in that polarity? What does that look like? How can I level up that character? It's weird. When you have grace on yourself, it kind of it's humbling. It's like, damn, this is the most I've had people look out for me in my life. In my fucking life. In 39 years. This is the most that I can actually say people have looked out for me. It's just fucked up the circumstances in which that had to happen, but that's math. Why would anyone else show up? Why did any of this thing ever help in your life? Unless your life was fucked up at some point. Again, without your parents, those things. Without your tribe, I mean. First time in a long time, my life has been fucked up and left me by myself. And then even in that limited contact with limited people, I can appreciate people showing up for me and how much of a difference that made these last 5 months specifically. Like, damn, I be walking and praying and thinking about it. Like, you know what? She ain't moving fast enough for me. Even me, I don't move fast. But I appreciate the moment to reflect on it. Like, damn, for the past 5 months, shit's got kind of weird. I'm in a new location. I'm in a new energy. And a lot of old things are just dying off. A lot of old accounts I'm just signing out. A lot of old relationships and people I'm just not, I won't say ever be in contact with because, I don't know how long we got. But imagining years go by, I wouldn't close that door to those moments and those people permanently because I know shit changes. I know the game changes too. But in real time, in these months and this year, nah, I ain't fucking with nobody from yesterday, from the past. And having to adjust to that again. But it's so much different when you're older. There's more time, more stories, more experiences, more the consequences wider. It doesn't feel deeper. It may not hurt as much, or it might not be as drastic as the shit I went through as a kid or young 20s even. But that's so long ago. I don't even know how that feels no more. I don't even know if that's true anymore, to be honest with you, because I'm not the same character. I'm leveled up, so I just didn't know that back then. That it didn't matter. Now I know now. So the past 5 months have absolutely mattered. It made me even clearer on that. Like, oh shit, you ain't going through nothing yet, boy. I know. Yet grace. I just went through it like I wasn't. And that's because of the grace afforded to me by so many different individuals and some of the people watching and life itself in favor with God and man, goddess and woman. Like, blessed in such, and they're not small ways to me, but other people, if I listed it for you, like, oh, I know. My reference point is different. So it's a mountain to me. I was facing mountains of uncertainty. I ain't got all the answers on none of that shit to this day. But I survived myself in the meantime because of it. And I meet so many other people who don't have that kind of grace or have a different workflow for the same type of thing. And I see the results may vary, right? In their attitude, in their energy, in their outcomes, in their addictions, in their habits, in their narrative. I have a different story. So I thank God daily for that. When I run out of things, like, oh, shit ain't going my way. But you know what, God? You know what it is? I appreciate that you let me go through that shit. I'm not just saying that. I do appreciate it. I do. I appreciate I appreciate starting over. I appreciate being around crazy strangers and randomness and living life frosty. I appreciate knowing that I can rebuild what I lost or I can go a whole new different direction. And I've been afforded the mind space and circumstances to which is not life or death to do so. At least not in this moment, you know. I'll let y'all know in a future video if things get more hectic, but I've been thugging it out for 5 months. It's like GTA when you got the 5-star meter of anxiety or stress or wondering if the stars are just blinking now. That's all. It's still, they're blinking, but they're not solid. The fucking Air Force ain't chasing me down, you know what I'm saying? Because I've become the Air Force. Hmm? I've become the tank. I've become the missile. I've become all the things that I would be concerned about, actually. And I'm just getting started. Again. Hmm? It gives you momentum. It gives you power. That's where power comes from, by the way. If y'all don't know. Hold on. They're trying to tie me. See? It just happened again. Now, this is a two-prong attack here. It's the wrong thing, but it's the right idea. I sound like wood tip sweets, you know, my cigars, but they give me Swisher Sweet cigars. Wood tips. I didn't even know those existed. But the brother wanted to pay for them because they know I smoke them every day, and he appreciated a kind gesture after a rocky start a few weeks ago. And just little things like that. And I get to find out they're fucking disgusting. But it'll give me a headache. It's fucking swishers and marijuana give me a fucking headache. But just in talking about that, it just happened, right? If I was one of my sisters, it'd be like, oh, that's just bare minimums. Nah, sis, it ain't. That nigga ain't have it like that before. This one little blip in the radar where he got it like that right now, and he decided to look out for a nigga. That's powerful. That means I made an impact. It's different. If the person always got it and they can just buy you things like I tend to do for people, like girls and stuff, when I go to the store, I always get them something. But that's one thing. But when you know their story, and you know they ain't have to, they don't owe you. I didn't expect it. I didn't ask for it either. And it's the wrong fucking thing. Don't miss that. But if these end up be fucking, this might be a fucking banger for real. I might like this better than the fucking black and mild version, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's I think the whole point of what I'm getting at is that life is always lifing. Like, manifestations are always manifesting. You just have to allow yourself to be in silence and solitude a little bit more than usual, less distracted, so that you can get those updates and downloads to reposition the shit in your mind correctly. This way, you're not so emphasized on happy all the damn time. You're not losing or missing happiness. You're losing or missing a fucking plot somewhere else. That's all. And that's okay. No one taught me either. Fucking imagine if. That's why you're supposed to have kids. I feel like humanity needs it, starting with your humans. 3, I've been on my GTA Launch Star state for the last however many minutes. I know that's right, brother. JPX 333 Gorilla Gospel. How you doing, bro? 3S. Wow, everything stripped away. You really find out who's really for you. Yeah. Another way of saying that is that's like the fucking class reunion type shit, or the what TV show is that? Office, where Mike Carell stepped away to do something else that no one cared about, and they had to wave him goodbye, and he broke down, and then Idris Elba and all the other actors stepped in, and then it was like a new show, had different tone, different energy. Then Jim had to carry for a little bit, and then the finale, you know, Mike comes back with his girl, you know, the wedding or whatever the fuck. It's like that. Like when life strips you away and you see like who's not here for you, and we're framing that from the perspective of dropping down somewhere. And when you're dropped down in the well or in the pit, those people are on the other side of it, and it's like they're not checking in on you. But at the same time, this pit is a different TV show. Those are not the cast of characters that are going with you to wherever that pit leads. That's all. So instead of looking back up the pit and trying to go backwards and figure out why they left you behind, after you process that initial adjustment, then you go, I'm not on that level no more with those kind of people. Yeah, so everything they stripped away from us is just preparing us for everything we're about to get instead. And if you can hold on to that idea, you'll understand life a little bit better. Shit. It is not easy, though. That's why you need words like strength and courage. It doesn't taste like death. Some of these shits are hit and miss. It's definitely much more harsh. You cannot chase it. You can't smoke this whole thing. Hell no. That's a real fucking cigar, actually. That's like a cigar. Nah. It's the thought that counts, guys. It's the fucking thought that counts. Cash App money time mgthefuture. Send me $5. I won't go to the real store in a minute. But whenever I run out, or sometimes I wake up late at night, out of a dream, writing something down, I ain't got nothing at all. I'll just reach for one of these. I hit it 3 times and put it up. You know what I'm saying? I find a way to make it work for me. You feel me? I ain't gotta smoke all 5 or 10 of these because I put them on the side. And when you know how it is, I don't feel like walking right now. Shit, nicotine draw hitting me. Oh yeah, I got those fucking the black and mild 500s. You know how they got Newport 100s? These are black and mild 500s, boy. This is all 3 black and milds I try to smoke a day in one. I'm grateful though. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. This got the pig nose. It's a shotgun black and mild. That's how serious it is. It's a shotgun black and mild. Like I can't explain the system to you. Shout out to the brother Shogun, peace. The black and mild 500. TBFB Gorilla Gospel. Hey, the black and mild fine. Hey. Alert. How you doing, Shogun? We were talking about something. I've been damn near open up a different fucking part of my pineal gland with this shit. You know nicotine helps with autism? Nicotine helps with COVID, autism, all the things they give him. Shout out to the brother JPX for the Cash App. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank everybody who's ever sent me a Cash App or a donation on YouTube. I'm sorry. PayPal. Ever this year. This has been the shittiest year of my adult life And you guys have blessed me more than you can ever imagine. I promise. I promise. Yep. It made it a little bit easier for me to stomach the gory details. Truthfully. Without it, I would have not fucking imagined. Everything. I figured out something else. That's just how life is. But because I didn't have to, I'm grateful in those moments. There's only so much shit I can give away and sell. But I'm turning the corner though. I'm so close. All the king's horses and all the king's men. I'm close. I'm closer to whatever this redirect was taking me to. Shit, I might just be closer to the thing I've been trying to do the whole fucking time, actually. This part of the story usually happens before that happens, man. Shout out to that old crazy white lady I ran into at Burger King at 19, trying to compare me to like Oprah and Tyler Perry and all of them. She's some type of psychic. But one thing I know about their stories, it's not how rich they are, or how great they are, or the fact that they're black or anything like that. No. It's the fact that they all had a tower moment or a dark night of the soul that was the stimulus and catalyst for why you know them. I don't think I had a strong enough backstory yet. I do now. Motherless child, dad in prison, and some extra shit. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, my story's stacked, boy. I'm telling you, I gotta be tough. I gotta be strong. I didn't have a choice in Hades. This hell enough for humans. Those Pokemon cards right there offset all the King James and King John shit for real. That was a long time ago. In this guy's life, nah, they took my mama. My mama's beautiful, boy. Nah, nah, they took my dad. He was tough. I ain't ever had to worry about fights. Nah, they took away all my handicaps. They took away my entitlements and only left me with excuses if I didn't do anything about it. Yeah, everyone got to work hard and do something, man. It won't go be no different for me. Mm, Jesus Christ. I pray my kids don't have to go through that. Well, I'm the oldest shit, so they don't go through it eventually, but hopefully they straight enough. And I did enough fucking videos and recordings that they'll be alright. Shit. Mm-hmm. You said where they make those? We got a tobacco shop. Swisher Sweet Blacks or Swisher Sweet Wood Tips. I don't think you're supposed to smoke them. They taste different than the Swisher Sweet though. Like the ones you use to roll. Yep, and it helps with memory loss. It does. Just left one kitchen, headed to another one. You left one kitchen, you headed to the other one. Sure. Okay. And it's an anti-parasite by the nature of the chemical. It is. As much as it does, or potentially can do to ruin you with all the chemicals, it actually protects you from the other things ruining other people. That way, in the balance. It's like an RPG for real, boy. You know how it is. You be on Fallout, and you just consuming shit, and you start getting radiation poisoning. You just gotta keep that Rad-X on deck. That's all. You gotta keep that Rad-X on deck. A really cool toothbrush, because this shit will build up on you. Other than that, though, it has helped me manage my attitude better than anything I've ever done in my life, actually. Because I didn't start smoking until late in life, or later in my so far life. And I might stop again, actually, just for the thrill. I don't have any challenges. Let me kick nicotine again. What? Yeah, this shit sucks. I don't even like the taste of it. So let's see what happens. And now I know what the cheat codes are. Mm-hmm. Hell yeah. That's why people like this like weed. If you haven't experienced it or heard anyone describe it to you in an intellectual way, welcome to my TED Talk. I didn't start smoking weed as a teenager. So I had none of the brain developmental setbacks and all that goofy shit. And not paying attention, not getting good grades in school. That's not my story. My story is the other story. And then weed later. But what weed had made me realize was like, if I had it now, like in this moment, where you have like a day where you're just like ruminating or thinking about things or nothing's going on. Weed suspends that time. So 8 hours doesn't feel like 8 hours. 8 hours doesn't feel like time if you're high. It does something different to how your brain experiences time, what I've noticed. Even in thinking and journaling and stuff when you're high, you're locked in. It blocks out so many other things. That's the downfall to it, though. Some people have to keep smoking and smoking all day. My uncle was like that. Like when I hung out with him, I guess he bought more extra weed that day because he knew I was coming, but he was chain smoking weed. Like I could not imagine. Like I felt, and I think he was trying to do it like a rites of passage with me. And it's crazy. I didn't pick up the habit after that. That was 20 when I turned 21. And he took me to a strip club and everything that day. He just had me smoking all day. Walked to the Martyr, we smoked. Got off the Martyr, we smoked. Went to Mud Knock Studio, we smoked. Back home at Hamid's house, we smoked. In the car on the way to the strip club, we smoked. After the strip club, we smoked. I don't know when I wasn't high in that memory. Yeah, I remember it. So weed taking away your memories, that is not true. I remember white chocolate quite clearly. I remember that day quite well. Not all the details, I guess, but I can walk you through it. So it's just, but it made that moment, those couple of days, seem like this is our own temporal. It was unique compared to any day. I couldn't tell you what the fuck I did the day before, and I damn sure didn't like the weekend after. So yeah, it changes. It's it's not for everybody because most people get paranoid or get the milder effects. Yes, because you're not high yet. You ain't smoke enough. Mm? That's what their problem is. Same thing with alcohol. Same thing with mushrooms. Oh no, 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 no. You ain't supposed to stop. You gotta do a little bit more. Figure out your threshold. Then you go, oh. Mm? Same story. If I don't drink enough beer, I get sick. Like stomach, like or you get a headache. You know how that headache go away? You drink another fucking beer. Mm? Dehydration is a motherfucker. All kinds of shit. Like it's science. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Even working. When I worked at UPS, I couldn't do that without weed. Fuck up my face. Them 4 or 5 hour shifts would seem like 20. But because I was high when I walked in, it only lasts for an hour. The other 4 hours I had to thug out. But that first hour, man, pass me these 75-pound refrigerators. I got it. It's like a dreamlike state almost. Kind of. Not really, but it is. And then as soon as I got out of fucking work, I jumped in my Honda and I did my little Instagram things and I roll up. If I pre-rolled, I took some with me. I smoke again. My ass is fucking on Capitol Boulevard going to cookout at 2 o'clock in the morning buying fucking grilled chicken wraps and fucking root beer floats as if that's good for you. And just driving, listening to fucking Drake type beats, going 80 miles an hour, watching out for fucking deer. but it's timelessness. I feel like I had to be nowhere. Mm-hmm. Shout out to the girls out there. Y'all don't know what y'all missing. Y'all high strung because y'all not high. My genetics, my people, my cousins, y'all supposed to smoke weed. I'm not trying to advocate for it. I'm just telling you, if you're one of the people who life, you're high strung and life got you feeling away and you're always in your feelings, you always need therapy, marijuana's a therapist. You journal already? Wait till you meet marijuana. She'll help you journal everything. No cap. I just did one today. With the little bit I had left from earlier, I was like, whole fucking thing. It helps you see things your sober mind will never see. But it does something to time. So like going to parks, walking around lakes and stuff. 100% better when you're high. Since weed is natural. When you first encountered it, it was in the wild. And if you burnt it right there or consumed it right there, you'd be high right there in nature with it. Yep, same story. Think of all your ancestors, if they're from this land, where it grows, in abundance, by the way, before they burned them down. Hmm? It's part of the promised land experience. If it's native here, the fruit you eat, the animals you're killing. What about that herb right there? Why is so much of it here? Hmm? It's part of the experience. Hmm? You gotta be a Rastafari. You don't need dabs and Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa levels of things. Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa got Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa levels of trauma. I know why they don't want to be sober. I ain't that bad. But I also don't want to fucking be sober that damn long either. After going 30 something years without it, then turning it on and going, oh, that's what the game was missing. Oh. Mm-hmm. Some people have a problem with it. They have tolerance breaks and things like that. Only need a couple days. I just want to get as high as I got the first time. You're using it wrong. I don't want to get high and mentally disoriented. I want not to feel sober. It's funny. I know. Same. I guess it's the same thing with prescription pills and things like that. But weed doesn't make me delusional. Weed will make you feel like if you have bad feelings and negative feelings, oh, we gonna park them right there with you. Hey, guy, you notice you're looping these thoughts and these anxieties and these feelings? Yeah, weed's making me paranoid. No, buddy, no, it's not. Weed is showing you what's making you anxious. Weed make you paranoid. What are you getting paranoid about? Is it rational? Is it logical? Can you intellectualize it? No. Start there. Oh shit, I'm dumb as hell. Yup. Fix it. How? Ask the right guy. It's easy. Law of polarity. You have to trick your mind to look at the same sign from a different angle. So when it brings something into focus for you, I don't like that. Why don't you like it? Write it down. Can you do anything about it? Usually no. What's the opposite of these things? Well, if. Imagine if you will. Write those down. Good math. All right. Now going forward, does it make sense for you to lean into the things you don't like, or does it make sense to try to lean into the more of the things that are the opposite of what you don't like? Ah, now try thinking about those things. Ah, you see what I did there? People think you just stop thinking or cut thoughts off or just the negative ones. No, that's not how they work. Negative thoughts shine when you don't have enough positive ones. It's a good indicator of your gratitude. If you're being ungrateful, your negative thought space will humble you. So as you start doing the work and start finding the small things and the appreciation for whatever the fuck to get yourself out of that fucking loop or that what do they call that when weed does that to you? Or any drug does it to you actually? A bad trip. It's not a bad trip, it's a breakthrough. Trust me, I have plenty of bad trips. They're my bitch now. I don't even call them bad trips anymore. I call it work. Based on true story. Shout out Alert and TBFB. What else going on in Europa, man? Don't let me bore you with my gory details of marijuana and nicotine. 36 like squad. We got 31 watchers. Who are you people? I swear I only know 10 of y'all, and only 8 of y'all from the past few years. Who are you other 20? Real life. I'm getting tight. Where are these 20 extra people? JPX squad. I don't know. It's not as bad as I thought it would be, but it's. L Cool J, shout out, brother. How you doing? L Cool J asked, did you see the Kevin McCall video of him lamenting that he's on EBT and child support? What surprised me is that he's still in a publishing deal with Yeezy. We got to stay humble. I didn't see that segment of it, but I seen the other ones. From what I can tell, if you look at Chris Brown's version of the story, he's Cap. And even if he's Cap a little bit, then he caps a lot about a lot of it too. I don't know the guy. I can just read his energy, and I can tell you he's doing that thing that others have been doing too when they realize the train has no more stops. When we talk about publishing deal and residuals in music, number one lesson I taught: who cares? Having a publishing deal doesn't make any difference if no one cares about that one song or 5 songs from 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Even if they care a little bit, they ain't gonna care enough to keep that goddamn house. It's the nature of time. He's fighting against time. He knows, like Chris knows, like I know, like we know, that the music industry doesn't pander to older people. It looks for new, younger people to also exploit and turn into Kevin McCall's. Kevin McCall's time with that system is up. People in his position normally convert it into their own thing, their own career, their own album, their own artists, their own labels, etc. Until that time runs up, then they invest, flip, houses, things, to keep the game going. I don't know his scenario, his positions lead him to that where he was. Can't say he's not talented, can't say he didn't work with those artists. He seemingly did. But to the degree in which he was compensated, that's the story of everyone in that damn industry. So it gives. It's because he's at his wit's end. Child support's a son of a bitch. On top of the fact that those royalty checks and publishing checks aren't coming in. I mean, streaming ain't like it radio or fucking CDs. Never can be. So he had to readjust over time. I mean, he didn't just readjust to it. He'd been readjusted to it, and then now it's over. Like, you know. So he's trying to find his place. So to get on these platforms, call to action, call to attention. So Young Thug said he'll lend him some money or something like that. If true, that's awesome. But, you know, he's going through an awakening, it seems like. He seems a little off because he's shaking. He feels betrayed. He feels like people ain't hearing him. And he got all the other bullshit that he probably didn't have a chance to work on. Another side effect, to get into the top of the mountain too early and not having to go through all these processes and healing and all that shit, and then life is lit, then it's not. Now you gotta deal with the fact that life ain't lit no more, on top of everything that you skipped because it was. Which you do not complete, you will repeat. That's the nature of the game itself. You can skip certain levels, but certain things, like character-wise, nah, life is going to bring you right back, center point. Chris Brown don't like him. So him talking about Chris Brown ain't going to make him like him more. So That's a bad strategy. But everything else he's talking about, I'm sure I'll see the clips eventually. But yeah, everything has a lifespan, especially the music industry, guys. You see any of the disco producers on goddamn podcasts talking about their royalties? Disco producers are talented. They gotta play drums and guitar and shit, nigga. They're killing that shit on cocaine, boy. They ain't getting no goddamn royalties. Unless someone sampled their song, right? Gotta love house music. And sad to say, he's probably been trying to make music, and it's just not picking up. He just ain't got the sound, the moment, the flavor, the age, the look. No different than any other artist, actually. You saw I Love McConaughey. Same story. He had one song. He back on the grind. Back at work, trying to figure out his life. Shit. Drake will be on these podcasts soon, sound like that. Honestly. They pay him up front. And he recoup. His music ain't spinning and streaming like that no more. It's slow. He got a lot of money to spend first. And when you start spending it, it ain't growing. So, all kind of artists, all kind of writers, all kind of producers, all kind of beat makers, me included, like, nah, this ain't that. I just thank God for the internet, because when we were kids, we already, you already prepared yourself, like, this ain't forever in that dimension, and that system is not going to be forever. That's why you worked really hard to get really good really soon, so you can get at least one or two of those bitches, and get the car and the house out the way. Or whatever thing, the studio, whatever the fuck it is. Because my thing was like, if I got one of those big placements, I'm buying a big fucking studio, and I'm just gonna run a studio, So, yeah. Gorilla Gospel 3. Dang, that's scary to think of him falling off, because there isn't anyone to replace him. Correct. Right now, or at least in that genre. Don't forget, MTV just shut down. Music generation, millennial music generation is cooked. Diddy locked up, Revolt, cooked. BT sold to another Ashkenazi, cooked. That whole era cooked. They ain't their fault per se. But at the end of that system, it's a system. The system ran its course. Late stage capitalism, the tertiary forces are always going to be first, because they're the leaves on the branch. So when the leaves fall, we're watching the leaves of the tree fall. Then the branches get old and they rot and they fall. Then some of the branches are going to fall. Corporations themselves, labels themselves. Then the tree has to be like, all right, we got to prioritize our fucking energy for these few little branches and leaves we got left. And hopefully we get a better water supply, energy, current, attention. Or the whole fucking tree going to die. And if that tree dies, then the fucking forest dies. You see where that shit goes. We're not the forest part of the story yet. But we're definitely at the fall. Ain't no leaves on that tree left. No one to replace them. Exactly. There's no leaves left. What does that mean long term? I don't know. That's why I always say disco. Disco does not exist. But music kept being made. Soul, gospel, blues doesn't really exist. They use 808s now. That's a different branch. Gone. They have the same instruments and same computers, and they're no longer novel to that extent to create a whole fucking forest out of it. So at this point in the game, the only people really making music, in my opinion, are the people who should be, like people who love making music. That's why capitalism and systems kind of ruined it too, because they throw a whole bunch of temporary look at me as people at the top of the pyramid, and not actual people who are dedicated to the craft before or after a system is presented. Like, music is not a hobby. Music is a discipline. It's an art. It's like learning how to fight. Martial arts. Music is a martial art. Absolutely. You can do music until you die, and you still won't be good enough. They don't approach it like that. I just need one major song, and one opportunity, one chance to be famous. Nah, music needs people who love music for the sake of music. The system rewards everything else. Music will reward you for music's sake. That's what I've learned in my journey. Mm-hmm. I gotta hurry up and get back to it. Oh, shit. When this puzzle or this little maze, this little swinging thing stops, and I get to the other side of it, I'm going back in. Shit. YOLO, for real. Me and music is YOLO for real. We ain't gonna have these instruments on the other side of town. Might as well. Yeah. Music is a fixture. So I can imagine, because we got a whole new staff of people now. We got a whole new generation, and we got a lot of the corniness and the attention-seeking social media version of it filtering out and falling off. That's why they're saying the streets are dying, by the way. I don't know if you've seen these memes, but people are like, oh, the streets is dying, thug culture, YN culture, the battery, attention. The attention into those lifestyles and those character types are dying. Fundamentally, because no one gives a fuck about their music. When you turn it into a parody, a meme, or a drill only, and your whole purpose for having the music is just to talk shit and fit an aesthetic like Comic Con, that's a one-trick pony. There's no evolution to that. Like, all right, so once all your ops are gone, what do you want to sing about? We got some new ops. You're 28 now. I sung those 2 songs I wanted on that beat. I downloaded for free. Mm-hmm. What you gonna do now? What you gonna sing about now? Exactly. Yeah, I went on all the radio or podcast shows and did the thing. Went on tour, and everyone heard my song, and they kind of liked it. They showed up, but they haven't asked me for more. What you gonna do now? Most people, that's what I'm saying. You'll see people who go through this, and they'll start complaining about the industry and the labels and the money, and it's like, nigga, all of you complain about that. How the fuck are you complaining about it? How the fuck did you enter this thinking it's something else if everyone before you complained about it? That's not what you're supposed to do. That's an opportunity to pivot. If you're blessed enough to be given a whole bunch of money at once to produce the thing for some corporate advertising interest, and you do it successfully, Drake, good job. But if you don't, you're done. Now what do? Did you treat the people around you correctly? Did you get in good with the session musicians? Did you shake hands with all the producers? Are you opening up their emails of all the beats they've been sending you? The tertiary people, stylists, publicists, are you good with them? Or were you acting bougie because you felt like you were too cute? Like, what was going on? What was your character? A lot of these people don't have character. Music doesn't give a... God's no respecter of person. Music is no respecter of person. On top of that, so they don't respect music as a spirit. Music is a powerful spirit. Music will change your fucking life more than money can ever change it. We forgot that. Something about the computers or something. We kind of forgot that we're dealing with a spirit here. How much of that book is praise? How much of this book is music? I know y'all asleep. Most people are. Psalms. Song of Songs. 2 to 3 of these books is just dedicated to music. How many books are dedicated to diet, lifestyles, investing, accruing riches, partying bullshit? But 2 to 3 of these jokers in every version of this Bible is dedicated to music. How old is this Bible? How old is music? It ain't going nowhere. Mr. Now says angel names spell out chords, scales, and notes. They do. That's creepy. But they do. I'm just trying to see if I can find one. They don't give you the music, they give you the lyrics. But sometimes the opening will say lutes and harps and shit like that. They'll give you the backdrop. Book of Job, trust me. Do I need that? Song of Songs of Solomon's. Let's see what he was rapping about. But he's not a rapper on Judah, right? The tribe of music. Or as the brother Jonathan says, Korah. K-O-R-H. Sounds like the Quran to me, but you understand that those are a bunch of surahs, psalms. Understand everything. Arise, north wind, and come, south wind, and blow through my garden, and let my spices flow. Let my beloved come down into his garden, and may he eat the fruit of its trees. That's the woman's part. Do the science, nigga. R&B be damn. Man part. I entered the garden, my sister, my bride. I gathered my mirth with my spices. I ate my bread with my honey. I drank my wine with my milk. Eat, close ones, and drink, become drunk, brothers. Woman, I am sleeping, and my heart is awake. My beloved's voice, he is knocking on the door. Open up for me, my sister, my close one, my dove, my perfect one. For my head is filled with dew, and my locks with the drops of night. So this nigga got locks. Wake your goofy ass up. And then he said, I took off my tunic. How shall I put it on? I washed my feet. How shall I soil them? My beloved sent his hand out from the opening, and my belly leapt for him. I rose to my open up for my beloved. My hands dripped with myrrh. My fingers were filled with myrrh on the hands of the boat. I opened up for my beloved. My beloved went by. My soul went out at his word. You know what they're talking about, right? This R&B. I sought him and I did not find him. I called him and he did not listen to me. The guards who go around the city found me. They struck me. They wounded me. The guards of the city walls took my summer garment from me. Woman, I made you swear, daughters of Jerusalem, by the powers and by the forces of the field. Uh-oh. If you find my beloved, what shall you tell him? That I am wounded by love. What distinguishes your beloved from any other beloved, O most beautiful of women? What distinguishes your beloved from any other beloved, that you made us swear like this? She's talking to the whole group. Woman, my beloved is white and red-headed, picked from myriads. His head is gold and fez. His locks are fir trees, black like a raven. His eyes are like doves of an abundance of water, bathed in milk, sitting on an abundance. His cheeks are like bowls of spice and produce perfumes. His lips are dripping lilies full of myrrh. His hands are engraved, golden, with Tarshish. Ha ha! His belly is an ivory tablet on a sapphire. His legs are marble pillars, set on golden bases. His appearance is like Lebanon, choice like cedar trees. His throat is sweetness, and the whole of it is desire. This is my beloved. This is my close one, daughters of Jerusalem. Where are you? Where has your beloved gone, O most beautiful of women? Where has your beloved turned his attention? We shall seek him with you. They a hot mess. How long ago was that? You notice how nothing changed? Psalms, a hallelujah, a hallelujah, a hallelujah. That's what they're called. A hallelujah of Haggai, a general hallelujah, a hallelujah of Haggai and Zechariah. Sing to the Lord a new song. His praise is in the assembly of the holy ones. Let Israel be cheerful in the one who made him, and let the children of Zion rejoice exceedingly in their king. Let them praise his name and dance, with tambourine and harp. Let them sing psalms to him. See? It's right there. Because the Lord is well pleased with his people, and he will raise up the humble in salvation. Holy ones will boast in glory, and they will rejoice exceedingly in their beds. The heights of God in their throat, and the double-edged swords in their hands, to enact vengeance among the nations, reproof among the peoples, to bind their kings in fetters, and those held in esteem among them in iron handcuffs, to enact among them written judgment. This is the glory to all his holy ones. This is the children of Zion. But yeah, song, sing, dance, praise. Not what we see today adapted for modern era, but hundreds of years ago. A Song of Ascent by David. Look, surely what is good, or what is pleasant, the brothers dwell together, question, is as perfume upon the head, which goes down upon the beard of Aaron, which goes down upon the collar of his garment. It is like dew of Hermon, which goes down upon the mountains of Zion, because there the Lord commanded the blessing of life until eternity. That was it. A Song of Ascent. Look, surely bless the Lord, all servants of the Lord, who stand in the courts of the house of our God. In the nights lift up your hands to the holy place and bless the Lord. The Lord will bless you from Zion, the one who made the heavens, multiple, and the earth. Yeah. So this shit is all music. There goes Korah. That's what you were talking about. Psalm, Septuagint Psalm 45. It says, for the end, a psalm in the name of the sons of Korah, because of the hidden ways. That's the music tribe. Our God is a place of refuge and strength, a helper when afflictions find us very much. So when you're going through a whole lot, God is their refuge. On account of this, we will not fear when the earth is troubled, and the mountains are transferred into the hearts of the seas. Right? You tell this mountain to move, it will jump. Mind you, this is before Jesus said it. Jesus must have heard this song before. Their waters roared and were stirred up. The mountains were troubled in his might. And then it says musical interlude. The torrents of the river make cheerful the city of God. The Most High sanctified his habitation. God is in the middle of it, so it will not be shaken. God will help it with his face. The nations were stirred up. Kingdoms fell. He gave his voice, and the earth was afflicted. The Lord of powers is with us. The God of Jacob is our helper. Musical interlude. Come, see the works of the Lord, which he has set wonders upon the earth, removing wars unto the ends of the earth. He will crush bow and shatter weapon. The UAPs are busy. And he will burn shields with fire. Cease from action and know that I am God. I will be lifted high among the nations. I will be lifted high in the earth. The Lord of powers is with us. The God of Jacob is our helper. So that's like the little refrain right there. The Lord of powers is with us. The God of Jacob is our helper. So it's music based. On the sons of Korah. Music is spiritual. Thus, when they turn it into a fucking prostitute for retarded people, it lost its, it lost its flavor. And that's everything. I think that's why we be like, yo, they gentrified all of our shit culturally and monetized it and it dies. It's because our culture comes from spirit. So they cheapened it. And then we sold ourselves like harlots. Like a fucking ClickFunnels exam. It's our own fault. It's our own undoing. But that's normal. There's seasons. Seasons change. On Jagged Edge they do. Featuring John Legend. Awesome song by the way. But the season changed, that's all. So if you think about it, like this song, these guys, these ancestors were like, yo, we're gonna do albums, and they're not gospel albums. That's funny. This is before the gospel, but I understand what they mean. But they're doing gospel songs, if you will, gospel raps and freestyles and R&B because of their reference point. Remember, most of the bulk of this book is written by people who are in captivity. It doesn't really tell you horizontally what was going on somewhere else. It doesn't really tell you what happened before they started writing even. It doesn't even tell you how far away the writer is away from what they're writing about. We can just assume things, but we don't really know. We don't know if they even knew each other. We knew they're related. We know their references somewhere, but we don't know, like, the guy that wrote that one was the cousin of the other one, and they meet up at grandma's house. We don't know that. All we do know is lowest common denominators, that they really believed in that spirit and God of powers, because there was no way in Hades they ended up on the other side of the mountains and the bullshit that they were going through without something else outside of them. They knew that they internally did not have enough. They knew it wasn't their intellect, it wasn't their strength, it wasn't their weapons, it wasn't their power. And mind you, these people, they're in captivity because they're powerful. I don't want y'all to miss that. They didn't capture us and just kill us all and say we're useless. No, no, no. They go, oh, you have some very interesting gifts and talents and genetics. Stay around, work for us. Do what we tell you to do. Don't you get your own ideas and go on your own, because then what would we have left? The United States. So our ancestors don't like being in the United States for too long. And eventually what happened is they'll start singing songs. Well, eventually what happened is they'll start praying and pleading and fasting, and they're trying to adjust the time. They start fast forwarding things, self-afflictions and rituals, like not the witchcraft kind, not the weird shit so you can be pretty and steal someone's husband. No, we're talking about the real kind, because they're invoking a very specific spirit, not any spirit, not spirit. No. They're tapping into the Holy Spirit before it had its name, because they're doing this in the name of God, not in the name of vanity, not in the name of selfishness, not in the name of being rich and wealthy. They already assumed, like, if we can fucking get out of captivity, we'd be, all those things will be added unto us. If we can stop fucking up and killing each other and betraying each other, all of those things will be added on to us. See, capitalism and systems and dollars put a middleman. Like, no, all you gotta do is get these now, and then you can be happy one day. They go, no. What we gotta do. Now, we ain't talking to everybody. If you want to join us, come on through. We got plenty of room. But what we do in our house is different. We start turning up the frequency, the inspiration. We start talking about things that will be as if they were not. We start remembering old things, like that reference to his face being over the waters. Job made that same reference. Like, God's face went over the waters of the abyss, and he defeated Leviathan. Just his face. Now, mind you, that's a euphemism or some type of reference that they have that meant something to them. I don't know what that means today. I don't think they mean literally God's face, was floating. But whatever that figure of speech is for them, they remember that shit. Like, even Jesus says it, right? It's like, oh, I remember what my granddad was saying about that last time. I remember when Aaron got to the promised land, and I remember an Aaron to the promised land, because here my ass is born in the promised land. So it's built into their life. Why are we here? We used to be over there. You still got some cousins over there. You see them. They ain't got those pharaohs no more, so they're traveling back and forth. But they got some businesses and kids to attend to. But how did we get here? Well, that's Hebrew. So, like, it's whenever times get hard, this book is a testament of whenever times get hard. Fundamentally. And how do they fuck up? They do. One group gets the vibe back, and then the next couple of groups start, mingling and drifting away, and quite literally forget where they come from. And the men, their biggest thing was once they get lit again, once they become kings again, right? And they have resources and they can expand and have multiple wives, they do. And then they start entertaining the foreign women gods, right? That could be their fathers, that can be their friends, whatever their version of life is. But you start doing things in alignment with someone else's way, which is equivalent, if you will, if it takes you out of the yoke of your people and your God and your thing. You know how it is. Same thing with friend groups, same thing with work versus home life. It's the same thing. You split, lukewarm. You're spending more time doing those things, bantering out, doing those arguments, making them happy, and then you neglect the system, the paradigm, the values, and you get caught up in the matrix. And then if too many of you get caught up in that foreigner matrix, then the foreigners start coming in, and then the foreigners start to influence, and the foreigners start calling you fucking Negroes or black people or African Americans, and then you forget each generation of where you really come from. As for this land, we come from this. Septuaginta. You'll see that word across the top of our map sometimes. This takes place here. New Testament seems to have taken place in what we call Russia, Tartary, but this takes place in America. It is what it is. But, so, we today, and the children of Korah, and everyone else in that book that are here today, and all of our cousins, and all the cool mixes, because you know how our dads were, we all present, but we're in that same exact paradigm. Where math ain't mapping and things ain't working right, and everyone's coming to something like the idea and system and the foreign gods are not working for me no more. Good news, the foreign gods ain't working for the foreigners either. The whole Bible's about pruning trees and fig trees and shit. You can tell a tree by the fruit that it bears. Their tree over there that they planted in this garden is no longer bearing figs. It's a dead tree. What does Jesus do to dead trees? He curses it. Curses. Hills and hills of ashes. Because this tree doesn't produce fruit anymore. Systematically, the idea of the United States. The United States is not a person, place, or thing for real. It's a concept with people who play the positions of the concept. It's not bearing fruit no more. As a descendant of those people, curses and hills of ashes to it. It ain't gonna affect the people. I mean, people would have chosen another tree eventually. They're already going into crypto. They were barking up a different tree already, wasn't they? At least for the past 20 years. So, burn the bitch down. Turn that shit into fertilizer and grow a new tree. That's it. On the Amazon rainforest, that's it. Because that was planted by us. You know the Amazon rainforest is artificial, right? Imagine. So, all of this is temporary, you know. Seasons, trees, fall. Then you got floods, you got freezes, you got all kind of shit that'll make land undesirable for a time too. On the frozen Delaware. So, on the fact that George Washington, right, and my grandfather was like, no, we ain't got nothing here. The mines are empty and, you know, we're industrious, but there's plenty of land, but we haven't done nothing with it yet. That's interesting. What did Indians do with it before you got there? Oh, it must have been an absence of presence because of conditions and environment for a while. Same story. They won't know what they're missing. These other people who just took from the society or consumed it, they ain't gonna have these aha moments about it because they're playing a different game. They're in a different garden than us. But we, just because their tree ain't producing figs, don't mean that we stop living, dude. We definitely, your appetite definitely ain't stop eating. Just because they ain't fucking making music, don't mean I'm not. You feel me? Like, just because them niggas can't rap and can't sing, don't mean I can't. I got Melodyne and fucking Auto-Tune. Fuck with me. Like, I'll figure it out. Feel me? Like, just because their gods and their kings are fucking, what's that shit called? Sterile, fruitless. That was never my tree to begin with. I was just happy to be here. I thought we all were. I thought we were all just glad that we made it out of some terrible human history as a collective. But it turns out that wasn't quite the story for me. So mote it be. It is what it is. All right, cool. Well, now I can turn and go to a different garden or forest. All right, what am I going to plant there? What's planted there already? You ain't got to worry about that. They already fucking told us. If you lost, what's your first step? Seek God. If you hungry, what's your first step? Seek God. If things ain't working out and you're surrounded and you need help, seek God. If you lost and want to be found, seek God. If you're weak and you need strength, seek God, seek God, seek God, and fear not. Like, that seems really easy, man. As oppressive as this book is, Christianity, churches, and all the people were none of those people in this damn book. You start to understand there's a difference. This is a hypothetical reference point to them. How the fuck can they refer to some shit they don't know how to read? I can go anywhere in this book, and it's gonna be our story right now. Hold on. Let's run through it. Let's see if the pattern emerges again. Let's go to Jeremiah 11. The words of the covenant. The word that came from the Lord to Jeremiah, saying this: Hear the words of this covenant, and you shall speak to the men of Judah and to those who dwell in Jerusalem. Jews, right? And you shall say to them, the Jews, this is what the Lord God of Israel says: Cursed is the person who will not listen to the words of this covenant, which I commanded your fathers in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, bondage, out of the iron furnace, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, saying, Hear my voice, and do everything I have commanded you, and you will be my people, and I will be your God, so that I, covenant, this is the benefits package, so that I might establish my oath that I swore to your fathers, Abraham, Jacob, etc., to give them a land flowing with milk and honey. But he's not giving it to them because they're not here no more. He's giving it to you. He's honoring the contract with their children as he promised them, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, just as it is to this day. And I replied, Jeremiah, and said, May it be, O Lord. He's saying, are you serious? For real? You don't fuck with us again? And the Lord said to me, read these words in the cities of Judah and outside of Jerusalem, saying, Hear the words of this covenant and do them. And they did not do them. So this is a generational problem. It's a new generation. Jeremiah is later. He's tapped in and he's trying to get it right. And he's like, what do I need to do? And God's like saying, yo, remind these motherfuckers where they come from. Because the reason why shit's fucked up is because they're not doing what they're supposed to do in terms of this contract. But they're acting like they can do it without it because they remember what it was like when their forefathers were in contract with me. They're not in contract with me no more. So, but they think it's their own might and their own wisdom that did it. Hills of ashes today bullshit. Jeremiah says, and the Lord said to me, a conspiracy was found among the men of Judah and among those who dwell in Jerusalem. That sounds like black on black crime, right? They have turned back to the injustices of their fathers, of the former times, who did not want to listen to my words. They just like their daddy, for real, the hard-headed ones. And look, they went after foreign gods. There it is, right there. That I'm a jealous guy. It's every fucking time. It's the same story no matter what. They went after foreign gods, little g, to serve them. And then the house of Israel and then the house of Judah, notice they're two different houses, by the way, 12 plus 1, 13, right? Have scattered my covenant, which I arranged with their fathers. So they did it to themselves by working with foreigners. Because of this, thus saith the Lord, look, I am bringing calamities upon this people from which they will not be able to escape. Sound familiar? And they will cry out to me. We haven't quite gotten there yet. And I will not listen to them. In the cities of Judah, and those who dwell in Jerusalem will go and cry out to the gods to whom they burn incense to. Shout out to all my little closet witches out there. You're next. Will they deliver them in the time of their calamities? So God is talking big shit. He's like, yo, your little spirit, your little fallen angel guide is going to help you when I do this. Because last time I checked, none of them motherfuckers can beat me. Because your gods were as numerous, all right, Hindus, as the cities of Judah, O Judah, and you have arranged altars as numerous as the exits of Jerusalem to burn incense to Baal, B-A-A-L, there it is. And as for you, you do not pray for this people. And he's telling Jeremiah, don't even pray for him, because Jeremiah's powerful, right? You got a whole chapter dedicated to his gift. He says, as for you, Jeremiah, don't even pray for him. And do not beseech me about them with supplication and prayer. He said, don't even waste your time telling me about what's going on when it comes to them. Because I will not listen when they invoke me in the time of their affliction. So it's about to happen. Why has the beloved performed an abomination in my house? And his beloved is his people. Why have they betrayed me? Why are they playing in my face? Am I not good enough, basically? Because remember, it's a human writing it with those type of, sensibilities. Will prayers and holy flesh remove your evils from you? So humane sacrifice and just praying. Is you sacrificing these other people and these kids, you think that's what's going to save your ass? Working with Baal? Good luck. Or will you escape these things? Do you think you can get away from it? The Lord called your name a beautiful olive tree, well shaded in appearance. At the sound of its pruning, a fire was kindled upon it. The oppression was great upon you. Its branches were rendered useless. Didn't I just say that earlier? I said, it don't matter where I open up in this book, it's always going to loop, right? And the Lord who planted you has spoken calamities against you in return for the evil of the house of Israel and the house of Judah. Keep in mind, we ain't talking about nobody today. I'm talking about Israel over there. Cut it the fuck out. Because they have done this to themselves to provoke me to anger by their by their offering of incense to Baal. You had one job, CJ. You had one job. Do not put no other God before me. And what does Israel do? As soon as it starts feeling itself and start getting foreign bitches, it does the bullshit, does the shenanigans. Then they plotted against him. Survival of the treacherous. I might as well just read it. Hold on. Let me take you there. This is the end of Jeremiah 11. O Lord, make known to me, and I will know. AKA, show me, Spirit. Then I saw their practices, but I did not know, like an innocent lamb being led to be sacrificed. He's saying, oh, I was caught up in the bullshit too. I didn't know no better. They reckoned an evil reckoning against me, saying, come, and let us throw wood into his bread and destroy him from the land of the living, and his name will no longer be remembered. Like, do you think he's trying to kill me? O Lord, who judges righteously, who tests the kidneys and the hearts, may I see your vengeance on them, because I have revealed my duty to you. He's saying, God, may you show up for me, because I told my family, my cousins, my relatives, that I'm fucking with you, and now they're plotting against me, because logically, the reprobate, they don't want to honor or do the things they're supposed to do, because it's so much more fun and easier and advantageous to be on some fuck shit for them. So when he shows up in the middle of the dancery saying, wait a minute, something about this ain't right. What did grandma say? What are we supposed to be doing? God told me to tell you niggas. And they're like, get this nigga. He's fucking up the vibes. So he's going back to God saying, yo, they're trying to take me out for doing the right thing. Can you take care of it for me? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. You understand everything? O Lord, who judges righteously, who tests the kidneys, check that shit out, in the heart. May I see your vengeance on them, because I've revealed my duty to you. Because of this, thus says the Lord against the men of Anathoth, who are seeking my soul, they say this to him in quotes, you shall not prophesy in the name of the Lord, but if not, you will die by your hands. Lord, I will pay them a visit. He's saying, I'll roll up on them if you let me. Their young men will die by the sword, and their sons and their daughters will come to an end by famine, and there will be no remnant of them, for I will bring calamities upon those who dwell in Anathoth in the year of their visitation. So the God is like, chill, homie. Their little festival, their time coming up, don't worry, they're not going to make it out alive, because do not touch my fucking anointed ones. Part 2. 12. You are righteous, O Lord, for I will make a defense to you. Surely I will speak of judgments to you. Why is it that the way of the ungodly prospers? So now he talking to God, like, yo, God, like, but by the way, real quick, how come these motherfuckers always seem to be doing better if they're not locked in? Like, what's this shit about? How come they prosper anyway? Like, what's the science? What's the math of this? That all those who deal treacherously in transgressions thrive. You planted them, and they took root. They bore children, and they produced fruit. You are near to the mouth and far from their kidneys. You, O Lord, you know me. You have tested my heart before you. Purify them unto the day of their slaughter. How long will the land mourn, and all the grass of the field dry up from the evil of those who dwell in it? So they're saying that when your land starts to work against you, it's because of the wicked people that occupy it, as noticed in the United States of America. How long will the land mourn, and all the grass of the field dry up from the evil of those who dwell in it? Livestock and the birds are removed because they said, all right, Argentina, God will not see my ways. So what that means is Jeremiah is telling you, like, shit, it's the law of correspondence. He says, we know things are fucked up because these people are corrupt. But they're corrupt because they're saying the corruption that they're doing, that God will not see it. So they're quoting saying, like, oh yeah, we'll get away with this because God won't see us do this, blah, 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 blah. AKA, they think they're bigger than they think they're bigger than the program. But despite looking at the fact that they're losing the economy, despite looking at the fact that they're losing MAGA, despite looking at the fact that all these things are happening, they don't believe that God sees them. For his eye is on the sparrow. He didn't say that's the only place his eye is on, by the way. They say, God will not see my ways. Your feet are running, and they are failing you. All right, COVID. How will you prepare against horses being chased when you're stumbling? And you do not trust in a land of peace. Oh, you were bored. You didn't like peace. You needed some extra fuck shit. You needed to bring the vibes back from your captors and from your captivity and everyone else's shit. Just having everything you need laid out in front of you, and all you gotta do is take care of your family and respect each other. That wasn't good enough for you. How will you do against the insolence of the Jordan, the river? So maybe the water's drying up. You're gonna be thirsty. Because even your brothers in your father's house, even they have dealt treacherously with you. So all the betrayals and the backbiting you're seeing in families, right? They also cried out loud. They were gathered together after you. Do not trust them because they speak good things to you. Yeah, you can't trust them. Forsaken inheritance. I have forsaken my house. I have let go of my inheritance. Oh my God, same story, part 3. I have given my beloved soul into the hands of her enemies. My inheritance has become to me like a lion in a thicket. She has sent her voice upon me. Because of this, I hated her. In my inheritance, a hyena's cave to me. Oh, is my inheritance a hyena's cave? Or is a cave all around her? That's deep. Is this fucked up? Is this that fucked up? Or am I just surrounded by some fucked up shit? Go gather all the wild animals of the field together and let them come to eat her. Many shepherds have utterly destroyed my vineyard. They have defiled my portion. They have turned my desired portion into an impassable wilderness. He's just giving an alliteration. I just don't even want to be here no more. I don't want to do this no more. And if it's God speaking, I don't want to deal with them no more in this condition, right? Start over. It was made into a ruin of annihilation. Because of me, the whole land was destroyed by destruction. Because there is no one who minds. Those who are miserable have come to every passage in this wilderness. Because the sword of the Lord will devour from the edge of the land. Meaning, no one's safe. There is no peace for any flesh. Sow wheat and reap thistle. So you're sowing wheat, but you're growing thistles. So you're investing in crypto, but millions of traders are losing. Their lots will not benefit them. So all the houses, all the portfolios, I'm 23 years old with $700,000 a month. I don't know what's going on. Be ashamed of your boasting, of your disgracing before the Lord. And this is only applying to people who forgot where they come from and who their God is, by the way. This is a reprobate society. For thus says the Lord concerning all the evil neighbors who touch my inheritance that I have allotted to my people, Israel. Look, I am dragging them from their land, and I will throw Judah out from the middle of them. So this is about everybody else that, the associates, the current Jewish, Israeli, whoever's. This is what he's going to do to those of them working with those of us. Look, I am dragging them from their land, and I will throw Judah out from the middle of them. So that means even today, the Palestine plan and Ukraine plan, there's a member of Judah in the middle of all of this, which is why I always tell y'all, the sellouts will look like me. they're shrouded by the people using our name in vain, but they can only do that if someone like me is allowing them to. Don't get it twisted. But soon God will throw that person or those characters, those bad actors, out of that bunch and deal with them how he does. But as for the ones remaining, I will throw Judah out from the middle of them, and this will happen after I throw them out. I will turn and have mercy upon them, and I will settle them, each one in his inheritance, and each one in his own land. And this will happen if, when they are learning, they learn the way of my people, swearing by my name, quotes, as the Lord lives. Just as they taught my people to swear an oath to Baal, and it will be built on the middle of my people. But if they did not turn, then I will lift up that nation with destruction and annihilation. So Israel has this problem today. They're taking the name of God and all these things. They hypothecate it. They follow a Talmud in which they do all the children sacrifice and all the pedophilia dedicated to Baal, by the way. Don't miss it. That story is already in the Bible. That story is what we're going through today. So if those people who use our titles and our honors and refer on our book and our God and our names and our nations, if they don't turn around to God for real, they're cooked. Because they've had plenty of time to realize what's what, since they're printing the book and profiting off of selling Bibles, right, on Disney. Cool. So if their time is running up, but remember, the Bible's not focusing on everybody else. It ain't worrying about Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump for real. It's worrying about those of us who are still supporting and giving our energy and soul to the bullshit by making the sacrifices that we make to their God, which is what? The Federal Reserve note, right? But this is not a talk against money, though. We're talking about in terms of God. Like, money has been everyone's God in absence of God. You understand? I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about trade and take care of your family. No. I'm talking about why people sell their souls for money. Why people do what they do to children or stay shut, the snuff films, the Epstein list for money. Why people thought mRNA was a good idea for money. Why they're putting all that bullshit in your vaccines for money. From Baal. Their God is money, but money is indicative of Baal, right? The great owl or whatever the fuck it is. You see the owl in the back of the dollar bill too in the corner in the spider web, but that's a whole nother story for another conspiracy. But that could be whatever it is. You notice that in all of that those people do who have the most of this foreign God, none of them talk about this. And this is only a shame to those people whose ancestors come from this. That's what the game is missing. Where is God's children? God's children is talking about, I'm African American. Christianity didn't come until the slave boat named Jesus showed up. Show me a picture of that boat. And there's no J in Hebrew, you idiot. How the fuck was a boat named Jesus? And you didn't automatically, as a Hebrew, know that ain't you? You see, I can figure it out because I've been paying attention to things. But people have created enough excuses to get us away from our God, so that the only thing we're left with is what? Time and space. What do you do in the meantime? Get money. What do you do in the meantime? Sell your masters. What do you do in the meantime? Sell shitty publishing deals so you can be the king of money for a summer. You know, that is the problem. Not the money per se, not the instrument, but what you give up pursuing a foreign god. So that you have the claim, you have the white bitches, you have this, you know how the story goes. You have little boys if that's what you're into. You know how this story goes. But where God at? The craziest thing about people today trying to figure out where God at, I'm trying to figure out where the people of God are at. Because law of correspondence, well, who looking for God? Is it people of God acting like they're people of God looking for God? Or is it just a whole bunch of people with a false God trying to figure out why the false God ain't paying their fucking food stamps and their bills tomorrow, right? Not a judgment of that type of character, but I'm just saying that's the equivalent of the dynamics of my people in this book, what the fuck they be talking about. Like, everyone be surprised when the water dries up. Everyone be surprised when the weather turns on them. Everyone be surprised when the foreigners go away and leave you for another system. Everyone gets surprised while no one else is punished equally as distributed to how we feel in our make-believe slavery and captivity of selling out. No, all of y'all weren't slaves. And all y'all were here before. So cut it the fuck out, right? Like, if you understand everything. It was convenient for a large swath of us to go reprobate again, and I'm talking about 200 years ago. Obviously, they turned against my family. Obviously, it had to be my own people. Obviously, then they let the foreigners in. Bail Part Two, and then they start doing their things, and they like their system better because it gives them freedom and unaccountability, and they don't have to feel the shame of God and narcissism. You see it all over again in 2025, right? The same fucking story, boy. They ain't got no book that do that. Ain't nobody got a book that do that, boy. Ain't nobody got a book that do that. Ain't nobody. Boy, I be reading sometimes. Nah, ain't nobody tell it play by play like that. Because we're in the middle of it. Because we're truthfully those people. That's why it echoes in our civilization. Because we come from those people. And that's what Jeremiah was saying. Well, I know about what my grandma said, but I'm out here with them and they had me fucked up in the game. And then when I try to do right, they try to get me hung up. Same story, bitch. Same exact story. On Jeremiah, my story just like that, for real. But not the same dynamics. I don't hear God telling me what to tell people. I don't know what that's about, actually. I don't know if that's alliteration or some type of reference point that I don't have because of our generation, but it can seem like that to me. But I'm not bold enough to say God told me to tell you. But irregardless, it's the same formula. I know better. I know it's wrong. What's wrong? They're not doing what God told them to do. Then, how do you sugarcoat that shit to make it palatable to a whole bunch of other people who don't have to live up to that code? Everyone else ain't gotta be righteous. I'm talking about like for their life to work. I think my people miss that the most. Our life don't work because we're in a blood covenant with our creator, if you will. However you imagine what God is, the warrior, the almighty, the God, Lord of powers, all his sons, Michael, and everyone in between us. However you currently internalize that, probably ain't close enough to what it really is just yet. But why would it be? Look how far away in the dark caves and the fucking, we said the cave of hyenas we're in. Look how deep in the trenches of the forest that we're in. We don't see shit for shit. We don't even fucking know we're in the goddamn promised land as it is. We forgot where the fuck we came from. In King James English. We believe all the narratives, all the sciences, what the white man said. For everyone else in the world, that's an interesting issue. But for us who know better, who've been here the whole fucking time, nah, that is pathetic. It's disgraceful. It's shameful. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that we fell off that hard with God. I ain't talking about no fucking castles, gold, and money. That shit come and go, nigga. We some assholes compared to what God said we ought to be. That's what I'm ashamed of. I'm ashamed that I'm not doing enough. I'm ashamed that I can't even live up to half that damn shit in that book, in this timeline, with these people, the way things are, with my conditioning. I gotta work on that for the rest of my fucking life. If I even think I can. I don't even think I can, for real. But just that thought that apparently at some point we could. But this ain't that. This is the other side of the woods. Our shit iller because God don't come down and tell me nothing. Our shit iller because those UFOs ain't send no signals. Our story's iller because we don't got 2 new tablets with new commandments. We got shit that's supposed to been written hundreds of years ago. We gotta wake our damn self up, Neo. We gotta pull ourselves out the damn matrix. No Morpheus. That's what makes us ill. But what makes us ill is that we're already the ingredients of all of those people. So our frame of reference is internal anyway. We just gotta listen to ourselves, right? And listen to that over fear, right? And listen to that over doubt, right? And listen to that against the crowd, right? If all your friends jump off the bridge, you gonna jump off a bridge again with these niggas? No, no, Lord. I landed the first time, but the second, but that shit hurt. I ain't trying to jump again. I landed last time. I'm good. I used to skateboard, so I landed the shit, but it hurt. Nah, I ain't trying to jump off that cliff with them. I know they're going the wrong way. I've been saying this for 10 years in a row, and no one hears me. But I'm not holy roly religious roly poly man. I like bad bitches too. I like marijuana and I like smoking. So I'm not going to act like I'm better than somebody. I know where the fuck I come from. I know what I endured. I know what my family's like. I can't do the holy Christian church thing because that wouldn't be true for me. I'll fuck somebody up for real. I will fucking take someone's fucking life away playing with me for real. You know what I'm saying? But I don't. So glory be to God. I don't have to. Glory be to God. That don't happen that often. Glory be to God. That ain't me. That's the circumstances that are painted outside of me. But the animal that they created in my environment would be just like any of these other niggas. So you gotta find a different type of strength. It's one thing to be strong and I got an advantage. I'm tall now. No, then I gotta learn how to be strong again. I gotta learn how to be strong by not saying the things. Man, I've been quiet for a long time, boy. Like at least 15, 20 years of like how I feel versus what I say to people. How I respond versus how I want to respond. I've been taming that dragon my whole life. For obvious reasons. You know, I don't want to be locked up out there. Nobody want to be fucking hunted or shot by somebody else. You know how the stories go. Well, we do. It ain't worth it. But that don't take that. That don't take that in. That don't take that breeding marker away from you. That don't take the scenarios that make you feel like that away either. You still got to be strong enough to know that ain't it, and still keep going, and nothing changes. Trauma, therapy, ill. The fuck are we talking about? I know what we're talking about. But I'm just saying, like, I'm taking it to a higher degree. What the fuck are we talking about? I am in occupation in real life. It don't matter how nice these houses are. It don't matter what they say on TV. It don't matter how nice the clothes are and opportunities to drive on the road. At the end of the day, in the back of my mind, when I'm talking to God, at least I'm like, this shit mid, yo. I've been trying to make the best of a mid-ass situation. And none of my people getting better. It seems. How much further do we have to go for real? Fucking TD Jakes at a goddamn Diddy party. That broke my heart. Like, these niggas is capped for real. Right? What's the point of doing all that shit in church on Sunday? And Sunday the wrong day, dead giveaway, right? On DeyZan backwards, right? Wake up. But even on all that, what we as kids or younger people or new people to the whole thing, again, in this society, what fucking gives? You want the appearance of being special and holy and God's chosen people, but you want to go do all the ill shit with them? That's what they're saying. God won't see my deeds. God won't see how much baby oil I have in my trunk. That's exactly what that story is telling you. It's no different than right fucking now. How impossible is that? A book written by prophets. Sometimes it makes you think, did they even go through that? Or they were just giving you an outline of how things go when you get this fucked up with God again. This is the same algebra, bro. You're gonna go through this, you're gonna see that, people gonna do this, your family betray you, no one's gonna understand you. This, oh my God, spare me the gory details. Why? Then you go find out, does that look like your life now? All right, go in that book. What part of the life were they in when that was going on? Oh, that's when they got out of the covenant with God again. Shit. We're out of covenant again. Shit. Who made that decision? On King James. That was 1611. How y'all fuck it up since? Not the other people, not the foreigners, not the white man. No, 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 no. None of that could have fucking happened. We're giant killers, nigga. Fuck out my face. Ain't no 5'5" white boy in a fucking 15-minute reload musket gonna do nothing with niggas who are immune to bullets. So obviously it was politics. Obviously it was trinkets. Obviously it was the potential for more than what you have from the rest of the world. Again, like, nah, nigga, you well, obviously it was more foreign bitches. Obviously it was little boys. Obviously it was all the shit you ain't supposed to do. Because you're uncontent with peace in your land. You're uncontent with harmony with your wife. You're uncontent with just living your fucking life, giving glory and praise to God. As corny as that could sound, it's as easy as doing what the fuck you're supposed to do. We don't have a preference, and our generation is late after those decisions. Our generation is after those human atrocities. That is because we have to take responsibility genetically, not us today, but knowing that it's us today. With a result, and here we go again on Jeremiah 10. Like, obviously, Jeremiah again. Like, oh, here we go again. Shit, Lord. How long you gonna let the wicked prosper? Plain in my fucking face. Don't worry. Be happy. You go ahead and do what you're supposed to do, and you figure it out, and you speak your mind, right, wrong, or indifferent. You'll start to see it happening. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Spicy Sundays. That was way before the pandemic. I saw it happen. It took them 10 years. It took me 10 years. Fuck it. It took me 10 years to wake up and smell the coffee again. Remember, I believe in God my whole life, but with the frame of reference of our society, not with an understanding of what the point is of the Bible. It's a whole different story. That's a whole different awareness. I did not get that shit until way late in the game. But I remember when it started 10 years ago. You ready? Who said that? Don't tell me I'm going crazy. I ain't say nothing else. Took 10 years to go by. Angels don't take vows or oaths. Angels talk in slashes. Here are the angel vows. Where the fuck that come from? Same story. Same fucking story. It's such the same story. That story's in the Quran. Archangel Gabriel visits Muhammad before he's 40 for his first revelation. I know that book is real. I ain't read the Quran yet, but I'm pretty sure. No matter what they try to do, changing colors and genders and all kinds of things, and blotting out names so you don't utter them. Not good enough, Chief. Not to us. We will figure it out again because it's already inside of us. So it doesn't have to be an external voice. It don't even have to be an angel or spirit. It can just be inside of me. But that shit took 10 years. 10 fucking years after already doing 30. And it just started. So if I die tomorrow, shit. But if I don't, I'll never forget it. They can't throw no money at me. Life can't get good enough. I ain't with the shits. I'm not. It don't make no sense. Thank God for this year. Everyone else can see it too. Kevin McCall is next, right? I don't know what's going on. How many times did he say God in that interview? He probably asked God for that opportunity and was blessed as a young man and forgot where the fuck he came from. I can almost guarantee the shit. But somehow that converted him to being important and creating single mothers. There's an error somewhere in that math. I find it hard to feel bad for him, but I don't want him to suffer either. I just hope that someone like him and like us and like me get the bigger picture. What you talking to Chris Brown for? God gave you the ball, not him. Obviously. Hmm? What am I complaining about Trump for? He temporary. He ain't gonna live that much longer. Won't be mad at an ex for. I know them girls are goofy. Won't be mad at my dad for. He's just a man in this fucking society. I know his story. Who am I gonna blame tomorrow? The white man? Cut it the fuck out in King James English. Wish a nigga would. Nah, it's never that. I have nothing but myself. Not to blame, not none of those things. We all here get it naturally. But I have nothing but myself to change. And I can't do that without God. I tried to consider if something I can do in my natural awareness would help. And it hasn't for 40 years in a row. I ain't getting smarter, I guess. Or maybe it has nothing to do with intellect. Thank God. We'll be cooked. No, God ain't looking for intellect. God, God ain't looking for the tallest, the biggest, the baddest, and the strongest either. You'll start to understand. I fight your battles for you. Who cares how strong and shiny your weapons are? I already determined the outcome. Ex Ahab. Ahab was strong as fuck. Israel was lit when that happened. That's why Ahab felt like, yo, we can go take this other shit too, nigga. I got my big brother Jerusalem with me. He'll back me up. 401 people said, duh, you're going to win. Definitely you're going to win. God said you're going to win. You're going to win. We can't wait for the benefits. Lost. Embarrassed. Not just lost, not just dead, but embarrassed. Obliterated. Disrespected. AKA, he took all the remaining people, because, you know, people survive, but they ain't got no clout no more. They ain't got no Ahab either. Touch not my anointed ones. People who could have easily destroyed whoever they were going against. Lost everything because they decided to be sassy with one man. The only one listening. That's how powerful God is. Fuck your army. Fuck your nuclear weapons. Fuck your policies. Fuck your fiat. Fuck your government. Fuck your old money. Fuck your religion. Fuck all of you. When it comes to him. Duly noted. Duly fucking noted. What else is the answer for this? What else is accounting for what happened? Besides the prayers of a few being answered. Amen. It's going to keep on spinning until more of his children wake up. Quite literally. Need more than me and a few of us. Before it turn around. It's grinding to a halt to wake them up, actually. I told you it was my sisters. They're hard-headed. As fuck. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm sure they believe in the idea of spirit and God and all kinds of things. God ain't asking to believe in God. Why the fuck you gotta believe in God for, bitch? You're his kids. Do you believe in your mother and father? Wake your dumb ass up. I can say that as a big brother. I ain't talking about everybody. I'm talking about the descendants therein. The Holy Land itself. Y'all fucking up. We need food stamps from the white man because y'all fucking up. Y'all can't get a man and be happy in your family because y'all fucking up. Y'all can't get job security in corporate mean America because y'all fucking up. Y'all rather be feminists. Who came up with that idea? Where's that in the Bible? That goes against everything about God, but God going to see me out of it. How? If you're lukewarm, I'll spit you out. Justifying whoring. There's whores in the Bible. Their allotment is a loaf of bread. You're supposed to have real men out here taking care of them and their kids. So they ain't got to do that shit, but to be continued. Like, it's easy. It's easy to see the blueprint right in front of us. But people talk about all the books they read and all the things they believe, but I haven't seen nobody really read that Bible. You know what I see them do? Take a really cool quote out of Jeremiah and quote it like a fucking Band-Aid armor. No problem with that, by the way. But what the rest of it say? Why do you need this Band-Aid? Why do you need this armor? Because you fucked up. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. Yeah. I'm surrounded by enemies. Yeah. Captivity. Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death. Ain't nothing nice about that shit. Yet still. So if it comes to life and death, and yet still I choose righteousness. Now imagine that between life and checks. And you still fucking up. That's what that is. This is the only way that God can get their attention. By taking all the things away that stole it from him. I'm telling you, it sounds cliche. It sounds like something you may have heard on Sunday. No, that book hasn't said anything different for hundreds of years, especially here in King James English, where we all here. We brought that shit here because we're here. We brought that here with us. With the other ones, it wasn't that many people here until we got here. Again, the earth keeps doing things, so we keep moving around and surviving. We're back again, 1500s. There's not too many people here before us. They tell you, the Mayans and Aztecs and what they're calling that erroneously, thousands of years ago. What happened to them? They moved. Now they're back. Hi, how are you doing? Where were you the whole time? How did you survive without our map? Stop fucking playing with me. See? You understand everything. So, no. I'm almost certain, 40 years in the game, that there is no other game to play. Seek God's face the best that you can and off flunked out reality and do the best you can on that side of the game itself. Ain't nothing about being perfect. Ain't nothing about being a goody or none of that shit. No. On David, no. No. On David, no. No. It's about stop making everything else your God. First. It's everything else that makes you act like that. It's everything else that makes you depressed. It's everything else that makes you stressed. It's everything else that gives you anxiety. It's everything else when nothing works the way it ought to. And everyone has a default setting of like, how things should work. Well, if I do A plus B equals C, you know how to do math a little bit. I understand. What variable are you missing in all your math though? And some people take it the other way. They'll take the God concept and take the Sunday church version of it. And I'll say it, and I'm not trying to judge them. I'm just judging the fruit by the tree by the fruit that it bears. They get caught up with saying shit. They go from Santa Claus to Tooth Fairy to Easter Bunny to Sunday White Jesus. But I don't think it hit them. Like, nah, this ain't optional. This ain't like a club. It's not a social thing. It's not a polarity to pick. It's life or death. For the wages of sin is death. I'm one of the few of my family left. I'm telling you something. I seen it. I seen who. I know who's sick right now. I know who's going through. I ain't the only one losing things. We're just not losing it for the same reason. I ain't the only one going through things. We just ain't going through the same season. I know. I don't think they do though. Not yet. How much higher does God have to turn the heat up on Shadrach? I don't know. But God, I'm good on this shit. Spare me the gory details. I ain't got the stomach to keep doing this pattern over and over and over. Nah, I'm good, Chief. And I'm getting older, so it's like I'm chilling anyway. Fuck me. This shit empty. But yeah, but ultimately, it's really not that hard. I don't think to do right to pursue righteousness. We make it seem like it's such a chore because we're addicted to fuck shit. That's why the fuck shit going away. Can't use that excuse no more. Couldn't even pull it off if you wanted to. Now what? Look, I hope they don't keep asking that question because God will turn it up some more. I think this threshold is hot enough. I think we get the fucking picture. Let's just do something differently. That's what I've been trying to figure out for the past 5 months. What does that look like? I ain't get no answer. What ended up happening is the more I pray, the more I journal, the more I think about it, the more I talk to other brothers about things similar. And the meta of my game, when it comes to that shit, it's like, oh. Like, oh, yeah. Yeah, that shit was taking me towards death. Yup. Those people never meant no good for me. They don't mean nothing good to God. It's sad to me because, you code switch back to humanity. Like, no one's perfect. Let live and let live. And nah, don't be unequally yoked. Because that's the problem. Some people feel like they're betrayed by their families or friend groups or things like that. And sometimes it's not even that. It's just where God wants you. You're not compatible anymore. And I can code switch to science and quantum realities. Same story. Whatever path you're on and that led you to start questioning things and praying and wondering and meditating, that's like step one shit of change. You're trying to change, obviously. But change to what? Into who? What reference? What mentor? What God? What is it? Usually nothing, right? You gotta figure out by yourself. I've been trying to figure that shit out by myself since I was like 18, 19. So 20 years now. Like, had to. And it changed different colors as I changed. Some of it was like halfway in, halfway out. But I didn't go a day without praying. I didn't go a day without dynamic thought either, which I filtered through God anyway. But I was still trying to be part of the things that the world drags you into in absence of the reference of what else is there to do. I'm not talking about doing crimes and being fucked up and doing the extremities of the polarity. I'm just talking about lukewarmness. Like creating ideas and goals and achievements and doing the things that everyone does on Instagram. And he's like, all right, and where's God in that? No God in that BBL. No God in that foreign car either. That shit'll blow up on you. So, there's nothing wrong with wanting nice things and being compensated for doing what we do in this model of society at all. I think two things can be true. But I don't think you can have all those things if you're one of us and there is no God in it. That's the difference. Not us. Not those who say they believe. Not those who dedicated and took an oath or however that happens individually. However you initiate, I guess. You initiate the path itself. And then once you initiate that path, you notice that no other path works. Like he said, all the exits of Jerusalem, only one gonna work for you, the eye of the needle. Promise. Ain't nothing gonna work for you if you don't stay on that path. You can try other paths. You can collect data. You can side quest some shit. Lord knows I did, but you don't end up right back center. if you live. Well, glory be to God, I live. Back center. All right, that's what I learned from them. That's what I learned from over there. That's what I learned when I lived there. That's what I learned from the people that said they was on the same yoke and accord, but they really wasn't. He said, don't even pray for them. Don't even try to change them. No, 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 no. We do. No, 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 no. Chill. Chill. Don't even. But if I could just save them, but if I just did, no, no. No, 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 no. Angels don't take oaths. Angels don't take vows. Those people took oaths and vows to something else. Usually money. At the end of the day, at the end of their rainbow, it's really just a pot full of money for them. Hmm? Gotta make you rich though. Don't get twisted. No, 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 no. I'm saying that's their end game. Their end game is all the shenanigans we're enduring. And I'm telling you, Kevin Samuels and dating and narcissism and all that is rooted in this one fundamental flaw in most of humanity, consistently over time. It seems is that something happens where well enough is not well enough, and then they get laser focused like a bull or a chicken on a line in the dirt. Nothing and no one matters if. And that's what should I be fucking with me and my sisters. They always say that stupid shit. Well, I'm going to do all the steps to be successful and show everyone else wrong. What are you talking about? A, no one cares. B, what does that got to do with God? They don't even say they want a God-fearing man no more. Have you noticed? Not a Christian, not a church person, a God-fearing man. That's a whole different subspecies. Nah, you can be in church and not fear anything. I've met some of the most corrupt people in church running the church. We know the stories. And there's a lot of beautiful, great people, honest, pure people there too, unequally yoked. So when the church head falls, the church falls. They back at home. You understand the whole story? We've seen it before. But those people who are really there trying to show up and do their best is usually the vast minority. Whether that's in the office space, whether that's in internet space. We ain't too many of us out here talking like this. Because somehow people think you have to be like they're comparing it to a character that they don't even have a reference point for the character that they think you got to be anyway. So it's like, where do you get these ideas from? How about you just be yourself? And how come you can't be yourself and be righteous? Like, what's the challenge here? I just want to be a good person. No, you don't. How about righteous? Have you tried to be a righteous person? Accountability comes from that. I say narcissisticness in its polarity at its highest thresholds. You're gonna find a person who has a conflict with God fundamentally. Not their mom, not their dad. They don't have some kind of weird childish beef with God because something bad happened to them. Something bad happened to them by some other bad actor. And since God didn't spare them or the promise, the dream didn't come, they have some type of internal beef because God's internal. They have some type of internal beef with God itself. And I'm telling you, it's naturally, it would seem that way if you don't understand the story. And they look for everything in this world to fill that void, absent of it, and they never do. They expect it to be you, him, her, all polarities, all genders. It just they look for God and everything else, but themselves. They project what they need other people to be in absence of what they are. That's crazy. You need another person to be all those things, and you know they need to be those things, but you don't feel like you need to be those things. That's unequally yoked, by the way. It'll never work, sis. Hmm? And bro, brothers already know this spiel though. Brothers are the only ones changing right now. Hmm? Women are trying to figure out how to keep the game going the way it was. They're trying to re-leverage and reposition the narrative. Men are just like, no, we're done. We're tired of dealing with Jezebels. Finally. Not all of us. You got some Simpson suckers left. Most of us, millennial men, who have a mitocon of reverence for something holy and righteous, I think we're figuring it out. I think we're like, the other path is easier, but it always ends, doesn't it? There's always some type of shortcoming. There's always some type of setback. There's always some type of delay, inconvenience. You start to think it's you. Like, damn, what am I not doing? Or what trait or value do I need? Like, nah, nigga. Johnny Depp, Tom Brady, Steph Curry, nigga. Same problems as you. It ain't your money. It's the spirit. Hmm? We all know it. We all know it's a spiritual battle. And everyone says that too. Even people who don't read or know it, they've heard this trope, and it's relatable to so many people. Like, yeah, not fighting against flesh and blood, but spirits and principalities in high places. Crown chakra, high places, unseen places. Yeah, it's the spirit of the matter. There's a collision of spirit. That's why them lists suck, sis. That's why your list sucks, bro. You're listing things that are temporal based on your society. Temporary things that are not real anyway. Those are conceptions that we agree upon, and most people don't even agree upon them. You do. So you pick a list and you hold it up to people, and people get to act like they're the list, or they're more than the list, and you put your list together and you try it out, and then something doesn't work. You didn't add up the cost. You made a fucking fancy list. Boys don't make lists. Why are you making lists, bro? But sisters, your lists suck. If you're listening to me, you're trying to figure out what the fuck gives, it's because your list sucks. If God ain't at the top of it, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all of these things will be added unto you. How much work is that? How many hours? How much are you supposed to get paid per year to do that? Seek. Seek. Soul seek. Seek. Seek ye first. The first thing you should do is seek the kingdom of heaven. What is that? Day one. Figure out what the fuck that means. Pray about what the fuck that means. Spirit, show me, what does that mean? How do I seek the kingdom of heaven? Where's the concept of the kingdom of heaven? I think it's in the Bible. Don't understand the Bible, do you? Most people don't. God, open up my eyes so I can start understanding and internalizing these messages. Okay. You'll see it play out. Let me read some more. Eventually you'll come across this chapter about men and women and responsibilities and functional versions of things. And then you look at your list. Does it look like what's in that book? No. Matter of fact, I missed all these other things. I know that's right. But those be all the other things that be wrong, don't it? Every fucking time it do. That's the thing about it. It's not just like picking a random book or religion or church. No. That is algebra. That is science. That is science. That's not nope. Well, I met a guy and a girl that said they were no. Test the spirit. You can tell a tree by the fruit that it bears. Does it bear fruits of the spirit? If the answer is no, then it doesn't fucking matter what the list is, yours or theirs. You're always gonna have a fucking problem if you're one of his. Correcto. And God be adopting mad people. Sometimes the people that God adopt be acting up, be doing it better than we do it. That's just embarrassing. God will adopt people from other nations and show up and show out for them, just so that you can look at it. It blesses them, of course, and then hopefully their influence and their people get their shit together. But that's not his priority, in that sense. I'm not waiting for them to get it right. He's waiting for you. again. Hmm? Because of the other things that we do. Once we realign, we tell this fucking mountain to move. We're gonna jump into the fucking ocean. Is it not written that ye are gods? For you are my brothers and sisters. My Father has prepared a house for you before he has many mansions. Hmm? Hmm. That's why it's different for us. Hmm? We can be very, very, very powerful with very, very, very little effort and energy to make a powerful change in the whole fucking world if we wanted to. You've seen it with music. You've seen it in America itself. Yup. That shit follow us wherever we go. But we ain't going nowhere right now. We lost our fucking spiritual minds. It's not our fault all the way. But if you're not a child no more, time's up. Put those excuses away and just find a way. Just find a way to get away from all that other shit. For the old life is dead. Just get away from that old life as fast as possible, man. Ain't nothing there for you. It's collecting way more souls. It's collecting way more people. It's collecting pensions. It's collecting savings. It's doing something. You don't have to be in the middle of that sandstorm. I promise you. God will find a way for you. If you can find time and a way for God, it's mutual. It's mutualism. You can't even meet God halfway. Don't even play yourself. That is not what's required. God don't need nothing from you but your mind and your heart for real. That idea of he or God or that thing is just a placeholder for us since we're limited contact these days. But that's what's beautiful. Because we can't say we seen God on the mountain, per se. Because we can't see that we had the prophets clearly agreed upon, and, all the things, and Aaron's staff, and Solomon's staff, and Carlos V's staff, all these things, 400 years ago. Because it's not 400 years ago, and it's today, and we're conditioned in. We've been conditioned into occupation. There's a certain amount of grace and mercy about our steps out of it. It's not about perfect. We're not in a perfect setup for any of this. That's the point, though. See, some people be like, nah, but Jesus came and said, Jesus didn't say when he was coming back. So you ain't gonna do nothing right until Jesus comes back. What if Jesus don't come back to, the idea? What if Jesus doesn't come back to 3005? You just gonna let it thug out for the next 900 years? Someone else said that God's coming back soon. The Bible never said that anyone would fucking know, actually. And then they're not even talking about that either. But if, just saying shit. Just pushing the can down the road, moving the goalposts. They did that shit. They goofy asses did this shit this year, man. And a whole bunch of white people sell all their shit and move in the forest, and then the world just kept on spinning. Mm-hmm. Africans do that shit all the goddamn time. I don't know what's going on with them. Cut it out. Read that fucking book from the beginning, at least. So you encounter the loop that you're in. Your loop is not in the New Testament. Your loop is in the Old Testament. You skipping chapters. Mm-mm. He died for my sins. Sins are different than laws and covenants. Okay, he died for your sins. Your sins are clear. You can get to go to heaven. But in the meantime, what are you supposed to do down here again? Remind me. Yeah, I know. I know. Mm-hmm. Sins are not you breaking the Ten Commandments. Sins will lead you to breaking them. Sin is his own category. It's a box. He died because you're not perfect. In the zeitgeist of that interpretation, I can get with it. Mm-hmm. So did all the other prophets. Mm-hmm. So did all your grandparents. Yep. Yep. Everyone keeps dying because the wages of sin is death. So if you die for sin, it's because your sin caused them to die. This is mathematical. Next, they need to circle back to you will do these things and more if. Where are those things and more at? He didn't say you'll do those things and more if, when I return. No, he said at a future time you will do these things and more. That should be right about now. I ain't seen that shit for real. Individuals out there, I know it's real. But I'm just saying, as a collective, as a society, even a whole church, I would be fucking entertained if I saw a whole church like that. It doesn't exist because they're not serious. They're only serious about benefits. Shit, me too, I guess. Hmm? The benefit of getting my life right. Hmm? Yeah, ain't no better than nobody else in this story. Wow, this shit whooping my ass. But I know where I'm not going. I know that just saying some shit ain't enough for it. I know that if you don't take it serious, the current gonna take you and push you right back to your old ways, right back into the old world, right back to the old sayings, right back to the old, glory be to God 2025 happened for everybody, because then it's, for someone like me, it's like, yeah, I've been fucked up no matter what over there. Fucking people who work at Google are living in fucking RVs. That's what they told my ass to go. How about I do all that shit without working for Google? I could just get an RV next time. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I'm talking about the dream, the ladder. This is not there. That motion is over. Novelty. Now we're in hyper novelty. More and more and more things are just gonna stop, stop, stop. We're talking about the dream or the escalator. It's like, oh shit, this mall is abandoned. Yes. But that pretzel store is still open. Someone's still doing the fucking landscaping at least. Maybe one day we'll bring in new stores if we can get our shit together. Exactly. Hmm. Absolutely. It could turn around as quick as we want it to. That's how powerful we are as a collective. The problem is, Marlo, The Wire, you want it to be one way. We just got too many people living who still want it to be one way. And they're losing. They're losing. Tug of war. They're losing. You see it. You see it moving. But it's the other way. They want it to be that path. They want it to be that end. They want it to be that design. They want to be able to do it by themselves and not need, they want the independent thing. But they be forgetting when they talk about independence, they're talking about independent of God too. Because there's no fucking way you're independent at all in this shit. It's untrue. I'm saying it for myself. I mean, I'm not independent. The fuck? Hell no. That's a bad movie for me, boy. Me doing this all alone, all in my own power, all of my own resources, all of my own mind, all of my own energy, and nah, I couldn't survive independently. Where the fuck is that in the Bible? I've never seen no idea like that. Where independence was the goal for anybody. That's some reprobate shit, man. I swear to God, like that's stupid. The idea of independence, I know, independence in the terms of our society, but they care more about that version of reality than the one I'm alluding to. That's what the problem is. It's one or the other. They're bipolar. They don't add nuance and gradient to the concept. Like, yeah, you're independent if you're not dependent on someone else for the stuff that you want. Duh. The fuck? Think about the other side of your request. I'm independent because if I wasn't, I would have to be dependent on a man or a woman for the stuff that I want. We're talking about stuff, though. You're independent to buy stuff. You're independent to have stuff. You're independent to do stuff. And that last one right there is stupid to do by yourself. The fuck, I need all this money. I'm gonna spend all this money to take myself to Paris? That's a dumbass idea. I ain't girl enough for that. Nah, I need a bad bitch with me. Fuck you. The fuck? The hell y'all talking about? I don't want to take that many pictures looking at myself in the mirror. The fuck? I want to look at her. That's the type of nigga I am on David. But so in our minds, especially for men, it's independent for what? Independent of our parents? That happens no matter what. Where we're from. Independent from our problem is that we're a little too independent in this damn society. If you ask me, most men I know are independent. That's why our lives suck. And now the women who persisted to be independent, their lives suck. We could have told you that, sis. Your frame of reference is off. Mm-hmm. There's no independent princess. Princesses have kingdoms. There's no independent queens. Queens cannot be queens without a king next to them. There is no. What version of reality does independence take you anywhere but out of your damn mind? But it takes a village. Shut up. Reprobate. It sounds good in arguments, but it's not reality. Nah, we should be more proud and more pride in the fact that you have a strong family. More pride, more fact that you have a good friend group, finally. More pride, more fact that at least your community know how to act. More pride, that turns into a fucking tribe. That turns into a fucking nation. That ends up becoming contagious. That ends up influencing everybody else who's a little bit behind on this storyline. In their due time, I guess. Nah, God turned you up for the world. Independent. Nah, God uses you for everybody else. Independent. Nah, my story ain't for me. My story sucks. My story out here so that other people's stories ain't gotta suck so much. Independent. Nah, nah. Listen. Y'all talking about what, Declaration of Independence? Y'all talking about independent from the crown? Look what that did to them. Independent from the kingdom that they come from. That resulted in them killing us. Try again next time on Dragon Ball Z, I guess. The fuck are we talking about? Independent of what? Independent of accountability. Independent of judgment. Independent of what people think. Independent of people telling me what to do. I know. You got a point to fucking prove. You got a chip on your shoulder. Because someone told you stop being fast or something. Wake your ass up. Male or female. A lot of dudes, but women know that. Men don't talk that much about that stuff, so we don't need to hear it. We don't even talk like that half the damn time. We be talking about how fucking real this independence is already. Yeah, bro. Another girl who don't appreciate shit I'm doing. Yeah, bro. I did everything. It still wasn't enough. Yeah, bro. I'm thugging it out independently. I gotta figure it out for myself. But you know what? I'm gonna keep fucking going. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Ain't nobody designed no fucking ice cream sundae or some beautiful dress at the end of those stories. Not even brothers that got shit. I know plenty of them. You see me interview them. They don't sound like that either. Mike City was like, yeah, my kid's upstairs, and my wife was telling me that. Yup. I know that's right. I know that's right. I know that's right. He with his wife and kids in California? Oh man, that nigga won. It ain't the ASR 10 no more. I'm trying to get like him when I grow up. Fuck a bridge, nigga. I need a bridge to that reality. You feel me? That's how most of us are. Care about the other guy. Palace, nice chains, independent producer. Yeah, alright. No. No, I don't want to do none of this shit so you can see me on camera looking a certain way. And then that's the end of the story? Shit. Let me go through it. So I want to teach a whole bunch of other people how to do it too. First of all, copy and paste. Add salt or sugar for taste. Nah, that shit don't seem cool to me. Legacy. What's a legacy if it's just you? What's a legacy if you're a tree in the forest and no one hears it make a sound? Like, come on. Like, a house, a mind, a temple divided cannot stand its damn self. And it's too much bipolar concepts. Sorry for picking on my sisters, but I hear it. I understand what's going on because they voice these things the most frequently. It's not all sisters. Spare me the gory details. But I don't know any sisters putting it on for God though. Tarot decks and witchcraft instead of. I think that's just entertaining. I think it's a cool way to fine tune your ESP. But all that shit, your goofy ass. If you knew who you were. You can do all those things and more, actually. You do all kinds of shit, man. I told you San Antonio trick. It's a sigil. You know what that is? I got a sigil that I create in my mind to help me do law of attraction things. As magical as it fucking gets on the Seals of Solomon, by the way. But I know that's just using my mind. I know where the power comes from. Oh God, like don't play with us. You know what I'm talking about? Like never get confused. Like this ain't good enough. This is not a replacement or substitute for Prime. I could fuck around and die tomorrow. What's on the other side of that shit? An Ace of Wands? Wake your ass up, please. For all of us. Yeah. Yeah. We need a little bit more than some cups overflowing. We need a little bit more than an empress and a queen at the Jesus Christ. That game is for girls. For little girls. Those are our card games, by the way. They're teaching you the hero's journey. They're not meant supposed to be a substitute for the journey or God. From the fool into a magician on Aaron, on Zoroaster. Wake your ass up, sis. That's like your grandfather or something. Like the fuck? To go from a fool to a magician. What's a magician? A magician is who understands how to manipulate the unseen reality to have a seen reality effect. Trusting the science of metaphysics. That's a magician. It's not the spells, it's not the illusions. Those are forms of craft and magic. No, a magician, noun, like a Moor, pedigree, magician pedigree. Hmm? It's not Hollywood magic. This shit's in the Bible, dog. Stop fucking playing with us. We can turn water into wine, lead into gold, alchemy, right? Those are metaphysical concepts first. You can literally just do that with the right science. Backdrop though, did they have these laboratories and these ideas yet? We don't know. They probably have better ones. That's how I fucking know they're talking about symbols. So, symbolically wise, turning lead into gold. The lead talent is you. You're trying to turn you into gold. Your mind, your heart, apparently your kidneys. You're trying to purify. You're trying to take something that's a little and make it a lot. You're trying to turn a mustard seed into a forest. Fool to a magician. See, fools are magical because they don't, you know how a fool is. Things just work for them, and they're not taking it serious, and they're lucky, beginner's luck, those type of things. The magician is what happens when it becomes intentional. When there is no more random, when there is no more guessing, when there is no more chance and capriciousness. When you're a magician, it is because you say it is. Abracadabra. As a man think of his heart, so is he. Life and death are in the power and tongue. Greater is he who's in me than he who's in the world. You can only say that if you're a magician. Law of attraction is for magicians. It's not for regular people who want to go back to work and chase carrots and buy things. What the fuck do you need law of attraction for? You need a law of an ATM and a bank account and some investors. You can just do that like everyone else in the world does. Nah, you're wasting it. You're wasting the ancestors, this elite group of ancestors on Levi. Like, you're wasting their contribution to the world, but specifically your bloodline. That shit in you already. You got to realign it with your mind. I'm telling you, man. There's always signs. I'll tell you, I can open up that book to anything. It'll say it again. That's magician. That's law of attraction. That's the real kind. It'll always show up. Not kind of. Not the thing you want the most. Trust me. I know I ain't get everything I want yet, but trust me, it's lining up. But in the meantime, you know, it's not one magic trick. It's a life full of it. No Disney World. Hmm. This whole life is magic. When you understand what it is, like, oh, they're talking about the meta of physical reality. It's a gift just for me to even express these things to people. I acknowledge that. Like, God gave me a gift to nigify science and weird concepts and ancient concepts to modernize and help other people understand it in their own language model and then go back and get more for themselves. I'll give you my sources. Dynamic thought. One of them Bibles. I like the Septuagint on King James. If you find a real King James Bible, you let me know because I don't know what King James they talking about. Like, I need to find my daddy's Bible. Someone got that in their fucking private collection. But spare me the gory details of that shit. But no. No, you need a little bit more than a hat trick to learn these things. It's a way of life. Even if you're stuck in the desert for 40 years like Aaron. I see him. I see you, Granddad. I see their wisdom. It's timeless. Apparently. Those are magicians that can do that. Regular people don't do nothing timeless. Music. It seems magical, especially the songs you love that are timeless. Yeah, that's magic, by the way. Music. And nobody with the magicians. Don't miss it. Please don't. Please don't. They oppressed us for our magic. Please don't miss it. All that stuff's the devil. All that stuff is evil. What are you talking about? No. You dickheads doing rituals and blood spells to be greedy and evil and sacrificing people. That's of your father, the devil. The magic is here, whether or not you fucking do it, you idiot. Life itself is magic, bitch. You came out of nowhere. You woke up here and you're moving things around with your will and your ideas. Let's keep it very fucking simple minded. If that's the case, you might as well say law of attraction is fucking evil. If that was the case, you might as well say fucking meditation is evil. If that was the fucking case, you must say therapy is evil. Rewiring your idea. 15 out of 40. Shout out to you guys. We'll wrap it up. Go back to some comments while you guys catch up. It just said out of question. That's crazy. 333 is Jalert, Gorilla, Harut, Mr. Now. The judge goddess sits inside of the heart, not behind it or the sky. Most body cells look like Kraft and chips. And how many people do they know that need to be proven wrong? This is an asylum level friend circle. 3. That independence goal they set is still from them resenting God. Knowing dependable people is a gift. And the gram is 50% AI slop and 80% bots. But hey, cool outfit, Miss Independent. That's why you're unlovable. Evil Neo, that's crazy. 333s. Frozen on my end, here, sir. Let me go further back up in the chat. TBFB said 3 earlier. Marshall Allen of the Sun Ra Orchestra is 101 years old and said, I was so focused on making music, I didn't have time to destroy myself. Come on, God. Alert says, oh shit, they signed back on a judo degree. I rarely leave it, honestly. Music is learning how to use the longest range sniper there is. Tough on Mr. Now. But yeah, I'll wrap it up. I gotta figure out food or something. What a channel. But anyway, point been made. No point that no great brother before me has never not made or something. But I think it's just serious enough to repeat it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's okay to be lost. Just don't get used to it. This shit moves. You're moving it. We're moving it. So let's get back in the driver's seat, man. Buckle up, buttercups. It's almost your time. Because the world is running out of worldly things. It's going to look for things. It's going to look for novelty. What's more novel than God? I don't know. But yo, it's your boy DeyZan, aka mgthefuture. You know what I'm about. Like, comment, subscribe, shit. Support the support. Got PayPals and Cash Apps. Share the links with other people who are on the same type of wave. Whatever it is. Stay up. Lord willing, everything is good tomorrow. What's tomorrow? I don't think I have another energy checkpoint for anything but Friday so far. And that's a 50-50, depending on if things play out. But I don't have anything playing out tomorrow, I don't think. So I'm hoping and praying for the best for everything in all dimensions. Shit. I'm trying to get a streak here of things making sense finally again. So yeah, man. Hopefully the same thing for you guys. For real. Like, for real. I know it's tough. I know. Trust me. If no one knows, no one believes you, trust me. This crazy guy is. Shout out to you. Mr. Now, Jalert, El Cool J, Brother Gospel, Jonathan, Shogun, the other brothers, the other sisters, all the quiet people. People who keep coming back for some reason, hitting like, but they don't tell me who they are. Shout out to you guys. Until next time. Peace.